What's going on, everyone? Conservative video for here if you got a dip pack of lip. Old Bernie, the old Burn, is back. He's happy that Abdul won the Democratic Socialist spot. And of course, we know why. Because they're Democratic Socialists. So is Bernie Sanders. He's a Democrat Socialist. But let's listen to what Bernie Sanders has to say, the old Burn.
Thank you all very much for joining me. And I want to discuss today the extraordinary election that took place in Michigan.
Now, would I call this an extraordinary election? No. This is, to me, bad news that Abdul won. Because there definitely is going to be a big problem. And watch, Michigan's going to turn exactly the way, just like what New York is, Democratic Socialist. But Michigan is kind of already Democratic, but it's going to lean a lot more heavy into the Democratic Socialist department. So I wouldn't say this is a good thing. I think Michigan really needs to think about what they're doing.
Yesterday. And let me begin by congratulating Will Lawrence, Donovan McKinney for their great congressional victories, and of course.
Now, the one thing that I do have to say is no, I don't think he's just trying to suck up or just be a smoocher and virtual signal to them. He's, I think, being sincere and honest about it. He is happy, which that's okay.
Dr. Abdul El-Sayed.
Yep, and you know what he is? He's an alleged Muslim. And you know what that means, possibly. That if he is an alleged Muslim, yeah, Michigan more than likely could possibly turn into New York. That's not good.
For his victory in the Democratic Senate primary. Last night, in my view, in the so-called purple state of Michigan, a tectonic shift took place in American politics. That's what I believe.
Well, of course, yes, it did. And it went directly not the way that it should be. Does this mean that there is a chance that every other state could go Democratic? Maybe, maybe not. We don't know. We can only hope that other states look at this and see that, okay, Michigan and New York did not do a good job at electing people that are going to be for the people, because we know again that these kind of people that are democratic and that could have alleged Islamic ties will end up doing things that are not good for our country, nor for the best interest of the people, and especially in Michigan. So that is something that definitely Michigan is going to have to deal with. I mean, you never know. I mean, sure, could this guy do a great job? Sure, but if he's Democratic, there's no chance that he's going to do a good job. We already know that. This is going to end up, again, exactly what New York ended up like. Pretty socialist, democratic, with possible potential Islamic Sharia laws being put in place.
With
it's scary.
Historic voter turnout, the largest voter turnout in Michigan primary history, the people of that state stood up to an unprecedented onslaught of billionaire money. Close
Bernie Sanders loves to talk about billionaires and money and stuff like that when he's a socialist, a democratic socialist. And he is very anti capitalist. It's kind of ironic that Bernie is talking about this.
to $70 million in ads coming from super PACs like APAC and others.
The biggest question I would probably ask Bernie is, have you ever taken money from any APAC, super PAC fundings? Because if you allegedly have, then you have no right to call out other people. But again, this is the hypocrisy of the Democrats because they know that um, their whole spew is try to not look as bad as they can, just so that they can get people to vote for them. And as long as people are dumb enough to vote for these people, they'll do it. Then they're fine. They know they'll be okay. This is a shame.
And despite that onslaught of money, they voted for a progressive candidate who
Exactly. Progressive. I kind of did, I think at one point, talk about this in the show. Or mention, not, I didn't talk about it very much, but I mentioned it in a very kind of quick, brief subject that me and Tim were talking about on the air. But Democrats are not really going Democratic. They're using the umbrella term Democratic, but they're more leaning towards again socialist, which obviously tells you that Reagan was right all along. Reagan was right. Democrats are going to start, or not just Democrats, but liberals are going to start going into socialism, socialists. And Reagan was right about it. Right? Right? That could be true, Jenny. That could be true, dude. And that's scary to think that the Democrats no longer are, they're like, fuck it. We're just going to go Democratic Socialists. We'll call ourselves Democratic Socialists just to appease the progressives. That's all they're doing that for. That's why these politicians, you see all these newer politicians coming out calling themselves Democratic Socialists because it's just to appease the voters that are progressive, that are Democratic Socialists, or have those viewpoints. I believe you. I don't doubt he probably does,
has the
but it's not good.
guts to take on the oligarchs.
The oligarchs. Bernie, you are way too damn old to be doing politics, first and foremost. And second, why, Bernie, do you just keep doing this? Good question. Why does Bernie keep talking about all these politicians and stuff? Because he wants to be relevant. That's it. That's just all Bernie wants to do, is be relevant. He's trying to make himself relevant. He's trying to make himself feel like he can pat himself on the back for allegedly helping these people, which he didn't do. He didn't really do shit for these people.
And fight for working people and for
Because again, Bernie's just being the sideline cheerleader. He's just like, "Yeah, you did it! Yay!" It's ridiculous. This is all Bernie knows how to do. It's just do what he does best. Be the sideline cheerleader and act like he's relevant when he's not really relevant at all. He's lost even the presidential race. He lost against that. Sure, he was whatever at some point in time. He was in the House, Senate, or whatever he was. So, yeah, he was relevant a long time ago. But now it's just like he's getting too damn old. And he really should not be trying to act relevant. He should be retired by now, enjoying his retirement. That's just my opinion. He's just getting way too gutsy with trying to be the cheerleader. And he wants these people to see that he's being their cheerleader because that's what they do. They pat each other on the back as much as they can because it helps their cause.
For a sane and moral foreign policy.
Yeah, they are uninspirational. You're right. They are.
And let's be clear.
Oh, God, okay.
What we saw in Michigan.
What we saw? Shower? What is shower? What is shower there, Bernie? What is shower? Sounds like you're having a little trouble there trying to speak there, Bernie.
Yesterday is
Get the marbles.
Absolutely consistent with what we have seen in election after election, in state after state, all across the country.
No. Not a lot of countries are progressive. Maybe the cities are. You can say, okay, a lot of the cities are more progressive than the country folks that are like not city slickers. I use that term loosely, but that are city goers, that are the city. So the city people are going to be a little more progressive. People that don't live in the city probably tend to lean more conservative. So what you saw there, Bernie, or what you're saying is factually incorrect, as always. Because if you think about this, why would people vote progressive? Well, the city people are going to vote progressive because they're city people. They think that the town and the city are going to thrive under progressive ideologies. While the people that are not the city goers are voting conservative, they think more conservative and they think more about the actual damage that would be done to their city or their state if it does become progressive. So that's why people are like spread out. Like here in Tennessee where I live, the city people are very progressive. Very, very progressive. A lot of the people that like me that are not in the city aren't going to lean progressive. They're going to lean more conservative because it's about taking care of not only the people, but like farms and businesses and other things. Because we think more about what's important than just ourselves.
We've seen it in Arizona, in New York, New Jersey, in Ohio, Pennsylvania, California.
Of course, California. He mentioned California. Yeah, California is a hellhole. Good afternoon, KY. How you doing, buddy? Bernie Sanders would bankrupt the nation. Yeah, he would allegedly bankrupt the nation. You're right. And he wouldn't be very, very sorry for it, too.
Montana, Colorado, and elsewhere.
See, what he's mentioning and not really saying again is all of these places that he's mentioning, sure, the cities may be progressive, but the people that are not in the city, again, are not progressive. He doesn't think about that. I heard about that data centers are starting up again. That's crazy. That's really crazy. And I do not agree with data centers.
The people of America want change.
Yeah, we want change, but we don't want progressivism, right? See, that's the problem here. If you get people that vote progressive, what does that do for the people that are voting conservative? Not a damn thing. Because most conservatives would never agree with majority of the shit that is progressive. Anything that's progressive is bad because we know it's not going to help us. We know that it's going to damage businesses and it's going to damage our country. Remember what Reagan said, liberalism will come in the form of socialism. Well, it's here. We've got Zoran Mandani, who is a socialist. We got Bernie Sanders, who is a democratic socialist. Both Zoran Mandani is a democratic socialist, so is Bernie Sanders. So is Abdul. He's a democratic socialist. So those three so far that we know that are democratic socialists that have already kind of outed themselves as democratic socialists, we know what they're going to do and their tendencies. I don't want to imagine free college. That is, yeah, because that's not going to be free at all. And you brought up a good point, TY. Let's talk about this because we do have to kind of talk about this. When you talk about free college, it's not really free. It's there. It's a socialist progressive ideology that is being said to make it sound good, but it's really not. Because guess who's going to have to pay for it? Me and you. We, the people, are going to have to pay out of our own pockets or pay for other people's college intuitions, which is not fair for us because we have other things to worry about. And that's just wrong. That's what these socialists want. They want a world where it's not capitalistic, but it still kind of is capitalistic in a way, but they want it to be socialist. So college isn't really going to be free. It's going to be we have to pay for people's college intuition, which sucks.
They want real change. They understand that status quo politics
Sure.
and status quo policies do not work for them.
Well, Bernie, you know what's really sad is that you don't realize that socialism does not work. It will never work. It will fail. Watch. Watch how fast people will start turning against them because they're good at talk, 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 and they're good at talking about it, and they're good about giving socialist progressives ideas and ideologies of how to think and how to feel and what to say and what not to say. But when people start, like in New York, they started seeing what Zoran Mandani was doing. He wasn't doing anything that was good. He was only thing he was doing was screwing New York, the New York people over. Most New York people are progressive. They are liberal. Most people in New York are going to be liberal progressive because again, it's city, right? the city's progressive. People out of the city more likely tend to lean conservative. So the conservatives are going to be sitting there like, well, we're going to wait for our shot and our chance to, come back and take a W, take the dub, and help clean up what they have done. Once people start realizing and asking conservatives, hey, can you help us? We were wrong. And we'll have to basically just tell them, yeah, see, we told you what would happen. We told you this was what comes from socialist progressive ideologies. Nothing. You're not going to win. You're basically just wanting to get rid of capitalism. You're wanting more crime. You're wanting to hide things that the Democrats are doing. You're just going along with the machine at this point. And we've told you all along what will happen and what becomes of it. But you guys didn't want to listen to us. So why should we clean up your mess? We shouldn't be responsible for cleaning up their mess and their stupidity and their choices. But this is again, progressives don't think about these things. They don't think about other people but themselves because they're just encapsulated with their own ideologies.
Just for the billionaire class. And what the American people are saying from coast to coast is we want a government that represents all of us, not just the 1%.
Yeah, great. That's a great idea, Bernie. But do you think that socialist ideologies really are going to be for everyone, not just for the 1%? Think about this, the 1%. Do you think the 1% really are going to not see past the bullshits and the lies that these people spew all the time? Yeah, they will. They'll see it, they know it. Socialism does not help people, it destroys people's lives. And that's why I'm against it. I've always been against it. That's why I feel like socialism will never do anything but just sound good. It will have a good ring to it, it will have a good tone to it, but people are really tone deaf to hearing the truth about it. They just want to pick it up because they're like, yeah, 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 we need something better than what conservatives and MAGA are throwing out there. Well, uh, what's better than what we're putting out there? Nothing. Nothing that the socialists or and the socialist Democrats are offering out there is worth anything. They aren't willing to dip their toes into the shallow end of the pool to see capitalists and capitalism are okay. But they're just willing to dive in the deep end and say, fuck it, we don't want it. That's how bad these people think. They vote against everyone else's best interests. And that's how selfish and self centered these people can be. They are willing to put extremist ideologies out there, like having Sharia law out there. What is Sharia law going to do for us when we're not Muslim? Zenny Jam says it turns into we pretend to work, they pretend to pay us, and the quality of living goes to shit. You won't be able to find quality things to eat or nothing. You're right, exactly. Quality turns into shit. It doesn't work that way. And Tobacco KY, you brought up a point saying heard people say with free college uh, creation of more wealth. No, it doesn't create wealth. Um, it just puts debt. into everyone else's pockets, technically. That's kind of the technicality of it. If you guys do research about socialism, you will know what socialism does. Exactly, Zen Jam. It creates people that pretend they know what they're talking about, but they don't. Because they don't understand that they still are capitalists. If you think about it, at the end of the day, they still thrive under capitalism, but they're slowly turning people away from capitalism, which they think they are, but they're kind of really going into a socialistic state with capitalistic ideas. So that's like what China does. They are under the CCP, which is the Chinese Communist Party, which is democratic socialists, but they are kind of capitalistic, a little, not really much, but small amount of capitalistic. So to say that socialism is going to be good or beneficial is absolutely bull hockey. It is not. What it will do is it will create less jobs, it will create less income, it will create less for the economy and the environment. They won't focus on what really needs to be done. They will only focus on what they want and how much can they get it and when can they get it.
And let's also be very clear. The American people are sick and tired of Trumpism. They're
Well, Bernie Sanders really does have TDS. I can see that plain and clear as day. His TDS definitely has not been cured. People are tired of Trumpism. No, actually, we're not. We're tired of you, Bernie. We're tired of people like you that are socialists that claim that you're for the people, but you are not for the people. You're against the people. Because remember, we the people should not fear the government. The government should fear us, we the people, because we can vote them in and we can vote them out just as fast as they can get in. And we can do it with the majority of votes. So I think we know where we stand here. The majority of the people that are tired of Trump are the city people, the liberals, the progressives in the city. If you want to be honest, more and more of the conservatives are okay with Trump. They like Trump. They need Trump. We want Trump. As much as some people may not like Trump or disagree with Trump, we can't argue with what Trump is doing. That Trump is the better option. Trump is giving us the better option. They haven't given us an option. In socialism, there is no option. It's just basically you get what they give you, and that's it. That's the final say they have. So yeah, I'm tired of socialism. I think it's bullshit.
is a reason why his poll numbers are going down and down.
This is funny coming from not Biden, but coming from Bernie, somebody who lost the presidential election and who is a democratic socialist. Bernie, you have no room to speak, dude, because nobody in their right mind would support half of the crap you are saying or you believe in. Nobody. Nobody is fooled by these Nimrods except the ones who believe in it. Right. There's more of us than them. The city people are very little. And especially like in small towns, there's very little people that are socialists. Conservatives outnumber them by many and majority. We are the majority. We are the higher numbers. We have higher numbers. And it is a given proof that we are higher numbers than they are. We have more common sense. We know right and wrong. They don't.
And down because they are disgusted with his authoritarianism, his
Authoritarianism? Come on, Bernie. Come on, man. Bernie is talking about authoritarianism as if that existed from Trump. That doesn't. Trump is not an authoritarian. He's a president that we voted in because we would rather have Trump than the 1% black woman who doesn't know jack shit about politics or policies or vote any of these people in that are democratic socialists that have no fucking clue about politics or policies. They don't have a fucking clue that what the people want. They don't know what we want. These socialists think they know what we want, but they have no idea that what we want is a capitalistic country. And we want it. We will thrive under it. But you hear these socialists say, well, right now we're kind of possibly getting into the late stage of capitalism. No, we haven't even started just scratching the surface. We could scratch the surface if it was to be done completely, and we were, let's say, to do away with every socialist ideology, every democratic policies or politicians, and we just had every single state Republican or conservative, people like J.D. Vance, Ron DeSantis, who's in Florida. You could imagine what it would be like. It would be so much better. Right across the board, it would just be every state would be red. California, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kansas, Missouri. Every single fucking country or state that is turned red, you could see a big difference compared to what just being it's one state partially red, partially blue. But if every single part of the states were all just red, we would be thriving right now and rolling in greatness. But they don't want that. They would rather see us destroyed. That's why people are getting tired of this. That's why people are getting tired of voting blue. Is it possible that we could have a red wave? Yes, it is possible, but it would take a lot of people to get their heads out of their butts and vote red and start voting conservative. Vote for candidates who are for the people, for we the people, who will work for us and with us. Right? Hell, jobs would be better. But look at the economy. Jobs would be absolutely just scorching. Like we would have we would be able to make cars here in America instead of always relying on other countries to import cars. Yeah, sadly, Zan, you're right, man. They won't because That's how selfish they are. If you haven't already, please hit the like button, share button, subscribe button. I appreciate you all. But yes, we would have our own auto industry. Our own auto industry would be so much better. We would have just loggers being able to log and produce trees, and the mills would be up. We would have the ability to have a great ecosystem. Our environments would be better. Just people in general would be much more happier with capitalist conservative values. No more of this pedophile blue socialist crap ideologies that are out there. It would be way better. Oh, I think he may have. I'm not sure.
His contempt for the Constitution.
Oh, contempt for the Constitution. It's ironic that somebody like Bernie Sanders would talk about the Constitution when majority of these socialist Democrats do not follow the Constitution. They hate the Constitution. They hate the Constitution because it's what is best for we the people. And we the people know that. They want to get rid of guns. They want to get rid of everything. They want to destroy everything. So that's why right now we can't have nice things, because the Democrats, every time we try to have nice things, they want to take it away or destroy it. They're like kids. You can't trust them with anything. You can't give them an inch because they'll want a mile. And if you give them a mile, they'll want 5,000 football fields. And they're still never going to be satisfied. Anytime you give them anything, they will never be satisfied. And we know that for sure. That's why they are never going to be happy. They're always going to be miserable, schadenfreude. That's the Democrats, socialists. They are schadenfreude. They believe in schadenfreude. They won't tell you it, but they believe in it. They stand for it. I would be careful how you say that, KY, but I understand what you're saying.
His lies, his corruption.
His lies and corruption. Bernie, first of all, tell me what lies have Trump said. And second of all, tell me what Trump has allegedly done that is corrupt. Nothing. Not a damn thing. But again, this is just what you expect from these people. They're chasing their own tail at this point. They believe in lies. They believe in corruption. They don't even believe in diplomacy and logic ideologies. They believe in just bad ideas that never should be.
His narcissism.
Narcissism. Yeah, okay, Bernie, tell me, how many times has the Democratic Socialist never been a narcissist in their life? Tell me. I can name a bunch of times that they were. Every time. Every time they open their mouth when they wake up, they lie. Not even just to the people, but themselves. They look in the mirror and probably tell themselves the biggest lie of how great they are, just to stroke their ego and boost their confidence. That's how narcissistic they are. That's how narcissistic these Democrat socialists are.
And his terrible and illegal wars. War in Iran, killing thousands of people, including 18 U.S. servicemen, massive economic.
Excuse me. 18 people allegedly died in this war that we are in now. That's really, sure, that's a number. That's bad number, but at least it's not like in the thousands and the billions or in the trillions, okay? 18 people. That's like 10 people plus 8 people. So 10 plus 8 is 18. So that's not terrible, but yes, it is bad. But it's not as bad as what some of our other alleged presidents have got us in or put us through. Sure, I agree that we shouldn't be in the war we are in now. That is a true statement I will stand by. I do not agree with the idea of going into war for allegedly other people. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you obviously should know what I'm referring to. Other people, like other countries, wanting us to go to war for them. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't have to do that. But that's what we're doing now. As much as I hate it or I despise it and I just will protest against it, what can we do?
Turmoil all over the world. But here's the main point that I want to make today.
What? That you obviously don't know what you're talking about? Yeah, that's obvious, Bernie.
As we go forward as progressives,
Oh, God. Oh, God. Got a virtual signal, don't you? Well, every time, Bernie. That's just all Bernie can do is virtual signal. And it's sad. It's absolutely disgusting. It really is disgusting. It really is. It's really absolutely disgusting that these people want us to be progressive. It absolutely just mind boggles me to how quick these people are willing to be that naive. You're right, KY. Trump is more about actions than words. He knows that saying. Actions speak louder than words. Words don't mean shit to anyone. It's about action, doing. Can you do this? Can you make this happen? Trump is the man for that job. Even when I think what will happen, I have a feeling that this is going to happen. If the Democrats do win, there are going to be Republicans that are probably going to go and try to talk to Trump and ask Trump what they can do and what they should do. Because Trump pretty much is like the advisor to the politicians, to the Republican conservative politicians. They know that Trump will give them the best advice that he can. Whether they follow it or not, that's their choice. But Trump pretty much is the man that they lean on. And I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Vance tried to run and took advice from Trump because Trump's really good at not being a politician, but being a businessman. And that's what we need in our life. They're not mad at Trump because he's a politician, but they're mad because he's a businessman and he knows what to do and how to deal with businesses and treat our country like a business, which it kind of is, but it's also our livelihood. So Trump definitely will be probably somebody that they will look up to when he's out of office. If if he doesn't try to run another term, but that won't happen. I hope JD Vance wins. I do. I do, KY. I do. Really. I hope Vance wins. We will get screwed if we don't have
It
him.
is not good enough to just be anti-Trump.
See, this right here tells you obviously when he says it's not just good enough to be anti Trump. This right here not only tells you exactly what I've been telling all of you all along, that it's just because they hate Trump for who he is. It's they hate Trump because of how he deals with things. Business. He deals with our country like a business. They hate that. They want Trump to be the oligarchy that they are. They want Trump to basically turn his back on us, but they can't do it. They can't get Trump to turn on anyone. They can't. They really can't. They cannot stand Trump because of what he's doing. They don't hate Trump based off of his policies or what he has done for America, even though they claim that they have logical, rational reason to hate him. That's not really it. They don't have a rational, logical reason to hate Trump, other than they just hate him because of how good he's doing and how pissed off he is making them. He's showing everyone how much of a spoiled brat that these socialist Democrats are. Trump is showing that he can do what he has to do, deal with all of the negativity that is coming at him, and look at it and say, I don't give a shit. I'm still winning, baby. Still winning. And he can still have that great attitude of what he's doing. You're exactly right. Mitt Romney could not stand us when he lost. He turned his back against us. That's obvious. He turned his back on everyone. Because it's true. You know that it's what they do. These politicians can quickly say like that they're for the people, but then when they lose, they turn their back against us. Yeah, we're not really surprised about that one. We expect it out of them.
Yeah, we got to lead the effort against this most dangerous president. But we have got
Dangerous president. So you're probably wondering why would Bernie allege that Trump's a dangerous president? Because again, it stems from the media. People like this old guy, like Bernie. Bernie is using buzzwords. Bernie is virtual signaling. Bernie, just like every other progressive socialist Democrat does. That's all they do. They don't know how not to do it. Yes, you're
to do
right.
more than that. We need a Democratic Party.
No, we do not. We do not need a Democratic Party. What we need is the Democrats to concede, to give up. Just like they conceded in the last election because we won. They knew that they were screwed when Trump beat Kamala. As soon as the polls started showing that Kamala didn't have as much support as they thought she would, they all panicked. That was like having the panic button hit, and it was them running around, scurrying around like little rodents, like mice, because they were scared, because they knew that when Kamala was in no way, shape, or form going to win against Trump, it was over. We need to have them concede again, like what we did with Trump, but this time with JD Vance to get them to go away. Exactly, cockroaches. You're right. You're right, Toke. You're right, bro.
which is driven by grassroots activism.
Activism. So, what does he mean when he says activism? He basically is virtual signaling for people to go out there and be pissed off and start screaming, whining, crying, and acting like man children. That's what he's basically calling for, allegedly, or what he may be allegedly calling for. People that start continuing to act like children because they're not going to get their way. Or if they don't get their way, they're going to be unhappy and not content with it. It's sad and pathetic, and that's just the excuse they run with. I don't know why.
By working people, by young people, by people of color.
Oh yeah, Bernie couldn't go without virtual signaling, huh? Yeah. See, I tell you guys this. This is what they do. They virtue signal because that's all they're good for. Hey, look, if you're black, let me hey, you, person of color, let me tell you how oppressed and how much the white people hate you. That's all they do. Hey, if you're, hey, you, oh, since you're Latino, yes, you and the black person over there, person of color, you both, by the way, need to be hired by DEI because white people have the privilege to be more successful than you. Oh, hey, if white people, you need to be quiet and use your privilege and acknowledge that your ancestors were shitty, horrible people. That's all they do. That's all they fucking do. They tell people left and right how oppressed and how they are um, unable to do anything just like any normal human being could do. Go out there, get a job, get hired, and not have to use DEI or CRT for anything. But they think that it should be okay to use those type of things because black people or people of color, in their words, are not able to be recognized as much as they should be. When it shouldn't be about what color of skin you have, it should be about are you qualified to do this? You know, kind of like what Charlie Kirk said that a lot of these lefties take out of context. If the pilot's black, do I know he's certified or hired by certification, or was this black pilot hired by DEI allegedly? You know, that's kind of the thing that we know that they don't want to have the conversation about. Is like the black pilot should not be hired by DEI, but be hired by the qualifications that they can fly a plane just as much as any person of any skin color or whatever. Skin color shouldn't matter in the first place, but the qualifications that they have to do their job and do their job correctly. Not because they're hired by some democratic socialist bullshit groups.
And not a party dominated, as is the case now, by a small number of wealthy campaign contributors.
Small, wealthy. You know, it's really sad that they talk about wealth when they don't have an idea of the majority of people that are wealthy are very small or like they're out there, but they don't make up the majority of people. They're like half the people that they make up. Token says, I am mixed Latino, was poor as fuck. As a kid, I'm part of the lowest statistics in America, raised by a single father. He made me the man I am today. And Token, you should feel very proud that your dad made you strong. He taught you to be strong. He taught you how to be what you are today, a good person. And I think that honestly says a lot about you, for sure. It says a lot about you that you're not one of those people that are stupid enough to believe the crap that comes out of the mouth of the Democrat socialist. That you went into the military, you fought for our country, you fought, you went into the military, took the oath of the to protect and serve the Constitution from foreign and domestic. By the way, you grew up, yes, maybe poor as shit, but you came out of this 10 times smarter than these people, 10 times more smarter than these people. You realize something, your potential. You realize your potential to be who you are today, and you didn't let that go away. You took that opportunity, grabbed it, and nipped it in the bud right then and there. That says a lot about you, Token. That tells me, obviously, that these kinds of talking points that the Democrats are throwing out there towards people like you, that they think are stupid, low educated, piss poor, and shouldn't be seen as worth a damn thing. You see opposite of that. You see that you are worth your weight in gold every time. So I think that says a lot of values to you. Went to military and took the training to civ life. I make 40K every 3 months. Now building drones, no college. See, there you go. You have done great for your life. You absolutely have achieved life. Dude, you have literally, if this is really your job that you do, which I think anybody would feel honored to or privileged to do that kind of job you do, you took the initiation yourself to be a good person and not let life hit you right in the woo woo or hit you in the balls and knock you down and you stay down. You decide to get up and say, no, I'm going to make life my bitch by going out there doing what I got to do to survive, to make myself be a better person, because that's what your father would probably want you to do. That's what you grew up taught from your own father, how you should be a man. Go out there, provide not only for yourself, your family, but do what is right. Make money, spend money as a capitalist, and live in a capitalist society that will help you. You're damn right, dude. Don't let no commies take that from you. Okay, Token. I'm gonna speak to Token for a sec. If I said your name right, I think I did. Token. Yeah, Token. Token. Don't let no commies tell you that you are an uneducated or a bad person, or don't let any of these commies tell you any differently than what you know about yourself. You are a good person. Deep down inside, you know who you are. You have a good job. You have a good life. You have the ability to come from a family, yes, that may have been allegedly poor at one time, but you have thrived. You have grown. You have shown growth, strength, courage, and a lot of things that I think these progressive socialist commies should learn from people like you that have done this. You have that potential, and you used it for the better. You didn't just sit on your ass eating Cheetos and feeling sorry for yourself and having a pity party, not like these people do. You took that opportunity and you thrived. So I think these commies should really look up to you, and you definitely should make that a known thing that yes, I, even me, am proud of you, because that's, sure, you had a rough life probably in the beginning, but you got out of it. And that's something definitely that everybody can learn from. And that's the way it should be: red, white, and blue. And that right there, token, says a lot about you, that you are America first. Yes, you have maybe Latino and Native American heritage, which is great. I have different background, ethnicity, or different backgrounds. But I'm American first, and I'm going to be American foremost. I would rather thrive under America and have America be great for people like you and me, because that's what it's about right there, baby. Right there. It's about capitalism. It's about thriving in America, being able to go from the bottom of the barrel and picking yourself up, learning to teach yourself to pick yourself up by the bootstraps, being an adult, get a job, go out there, make money, pay taxes, and do what you got to do. That's capitalism, baby. And that's what America should be about. First and foremost, it's about the American people and how we can use that to thrive. And I think, Token, you definitely need to keep that spirit going, dude. Don't let no one take that away from you. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you are anything but American, because you are American. And you should be damn proud that you're American. Because being American is what it's all about. Being an American citizen, living in the greatest country. Hell, is our country not the greatest, Token? Do we not live in the greatest society? Sure, we may not agree on it, and I don't agree with much of anything, a lot of things. There are some things I do agree with and some things I don't agree with. But, I mean, is America not the greatest country? You are American right now, my man. And you are living the dream that probably a lot of people would want to live. You literally are living the dream, bro. And exactly, you live in the greatest country, and you sit here talking to me in the chat, and you're listening to these fools, if I may call them that. These fools want to take that away from you. They want a virtual signal towards you. They want to claim that you cannot achieve the same thing that I can, but you're sitting here telling me you achieved more than what these people ever probably could achieve. Okay. Yeah, these fools don't speak for you, me, or anyone. They don't speak for we, the people. They speak for themselves. And that's pretty loud and clear how I see it. These fools are not for me and you or for us. They're for themselves. That's all I got to say.
And the,
Tell me if you disagree. Sure, I don't agree with their ideologies. Pardon me. But I don't hate them. I disagree with them because I don't agree with how they think. That's the only thing that I will ever disagree with them on, is how they think about our country. I don't think all of these Democrats are evil. I don't think a lot of people are evil and vindictive. But the commies are. The communists are evil people. But there are good people out there. There are bad people out there. We know that.
Their consultants. So what you're seeing now all over the country, really, in a very profound historical way, is a transformation of the Democratic Party from a top-down.
A transformation of the Democratic Party. You know what? When he's talking about that, do you know what it means? Okay, for some of you that may not know, I'll tell you. Remember when I said the Democrats are kind of changing into progressives to socialists? That's exactly what I think that's what he's meaning. They're changing. They're changing to appease the taste buds, if you will, of the progressives of today's generations. They're appeasing to these people of today because today's society is more progressive, not 100% just like democratic, but they're democratic socialist. So they're kind of like making a stew, if you will. They're adding, salt to the taste or pepper to taste. They're just adding things to taste to what the newer society wants and what the newer society would feel that would fill their bellies up or fill their needs just to make them feel better about themselves. It's sick as it is, and yes, it's a little weird, but we know that this is going to happen because these are what we see. They grab at anything they can and they say, well, let's add this, or this and see how it works. And if it works, then good, they'll implement it. But if it doesn't, then they just gotta go, okay, that didn't work, that didn't work, that didn't work. Let's try something different. That's what they're doing right now. That's how these socialists, democratic socialists, are going by because they're doing it like that. Exactly. No different.
Party to a party where ordinary people are making the decisions, selecting.
Is their party really making decisions based off of what the best interest of the people are? No. Are they the party of decision based off of what the politicians want and the media want? Yes. That's exactly what they're doing. And they're trying to fool people into thinking that they're the party of the working class. They're the party of the people. No. Don't let them fool you, ladies and gentlemen. They are not. They are not the people party. They are the people's enemy. They are the people's enemy. And here's why. Because they would rather watch our country burn in a democracy state than thrive under a capitalistic country. That's sad. That is the most pathetic, sad thing I could ever think of.
The candidates they want to represent them. So what does all of this mean for the immediate future? It means that we've got to do everything that we can to make sure that Democrats gain control over the House and the Senate.
Well, big problem here. What would they be willing to do to get that control? Anything and everything. Anything and everything that they possibly can do or potentially, allegedly will do, They will do it. Whether they have to allegedly cheat, lie, steal, virtual signal, that's what they will do to make sure that people that are gullible or stupid enough to vote for them would do. That's how pathetic morally they are.
In this November's election, we got to put a check on Trumpism.
We, why, uh, what is it about Trumpism that he doesn't like or that they like? Again, it's the fact that they don't know about his policies. Exactly. It's what they are doing. And so when he's saying they have to put a check on Trumpism, what they're technically saying is we have to get rid of the orange man that's doing a good job. We have to get rid of our um, constitution. We have to get rid of capitalism and go into a socialistic form. That's what they're saying. They're using buzzwords under a ambiguous term to tell people that they don't want Trump. They don't want us conservatives. They don't want what our forefathers have fought and died for. And that millions and millions of people in the military have fought and died for and paid in lives, blood, sweat, and tears for, because they are against it. And we know exactly what they will do. Hell, they will probably allegedly start wars with other countries that we don't need to be in. Don't spend money that we don't even have or that we do have that should be spent elsewhere on better things, on shit that doesn't work or that we don't need to use or have implemented. That's what they're trying. That's what Bernie's trying to say. He's trying to do this. Bernie wants socialism gone. Not gone, but gone into every single home, because that is now the New World Order. This is NWO, not the WWE type NWO. This is the real life NWO, New World Order. They are implementing New World Orders. Like I said, there will be alleged wars started by these people because they don't care about lives. They don't care about anybody's livelihood. They don't care about what is best for us. They don't care what's best for our country. They don't care about how much either alleged bloodshed or money is spent on their stupid ideologies. They will do it. And then if they get in trouble or if somebody calls them out on that shit, they will blame the conservatives or the Republican Party for it because they don't want to get in trouble for it. Exactly. Communism and socialism are both equally the same. They do the same thing. They are both just as ignorant and idiotic, in my opinion. Because socialism comes in the form of communism. Socialism first, communism second. Right now, we are in the first stage of socialism, seeing what socialism, well, not seeing, but having socialism in our own country doing and what does it do to us. We are seeing this. Next phase will probably be communism. Exactly. Commie 101 rule. Blame everyone for what you are doing. Exactly, Token. That is exactly what the fuck they're doing, dude. They're doing exactly that. And they know that. They know that if they can blame other people for their bullshit and their little petty crap that they're pulling, they won't ever get blamed because they are like children. They can't handle the consequences. They don't know what consequences are, technically. They've never been told no a day in their life. They've probably never been punished. They've never been rejected, or they've probably been rejected too many times that it's gotten to their head. And God only knows. Some people can handle rejection, some people can't. They can't. They don't know how to understand right and wrong. They don't know how to think for themselves. They don't know how to act accordingly, legally, in this in the country, in the United States, the correct way. But they think that people obviously are okay with this. They're like, hey, if we tell other people that this is okay, we can get away with it. That's all it is they're taking a small amount of people that are either confused about who they're voting for or people that are gullible, and they're trying to grab them and say, hey, if you vote the same way we do, there's no consequences, there's no issue. We will promise you everything and anything under the sun as much as we can, but you have to promise us one thing. Well, what is that one thing? That you will vote socialist, democratic socialist every time in midterms. That's it. That's what they want. They want, as long as you promise them that you will vote every time in midterms Democratic Socialist, they will promise you everything under the moon. The American Luminous is test of face value, its First Amendment and Second Amendment. Oh, yeah. But let's get past this because I got shit I got to do here. I got to get out of here soon.
It is not good enough to just check Trumpism. We
This makes me sick.
need an agenda.
You heard it. You heard what they said. They need an agenda. They claim they don't have an agenda. No, you are fine, Token. You can chat away, dude. Chat away. I want you to have this conversation with me because this conversation needs to be had. But you heard what they said, what he just said. We need to have an agenda. Why? That's obvious. We know that they've always had an agenda. We know that. But now they're getting really ballsy with us and thinking, hey, people won't know that we have an alleged agenda. Yeah, we all know that. Y'all people that were stupid enough to believe Democrats not having an agenda now know that they have an agenda. And their first freaking agenda is going to be New World Order. That is fucked up.
An agenda that represents the needs of a struggling working class and that
which won't ever happen, by the way. Do you think that that would ever fucking happen? No. No. Well, we need to have America be prosperous and safe, yes. But Bernie's ideology and the socialist, Democrat socialist agenda is to make America poor and look like a bunch of idiots. Remember under um, remember under the Biden administration, what happened? We were the laughing stock. Even Russia laughed at us. North Korea laughed at us. China laughed at us. Every other fucking country laughed at us and thought we were fucking stupid for having a senile old man in the White House who absolutely almost put us to the depth of hell and back. And cheers, by the way, for you all. We almost ended up in a worse situation than we are right now with Biden. I'm not going to lie. Ladies and gentlemen, if these Democrat socialists win, it's going to be like another Biden administration 2.0. They are going to put us in debt. They are going to put America down to the point of it being that we are a laughing stock. Exactly. They want our country to depend on the government. That is not how it works.
Will improve the lives of ordinary Americans.
They're not going to improve the lives of ordinary American people. You know, that's a lie. That's a bullshit faced lie. That's a bull faced lie that they know damn freaking well they are not going to do. This is just virtual signaling at this point. That's all it is. How can we make the gullible people the un. Okay. Do you guys remember when Biden said he loved the poorly uneducated people? Do you guys remember that when Biden allegedly said that he loved the uneducated? Why the frick do you think he said that? He basically said the quiet part out loud because he's telling people exactly how it is. They love the uneducated. But they claim that it was Trump who said it. And who allegedly Trump was the one that said that our militaries were suckers and losers. That wasn't Trump that said that. It was Biden. It was allegedly the Democrats that said that. They were the ones that called the military suckers and losers, and that they would rather have they would prefer no military personnel be captured. They don't like those that were captured. They're saying the quiet parts out loud right now. Right now, at this point in time in our day and generation, right now, they're telling us exactly how they feel. And it's simple, it's obvious,
So what does that mean? Let's be very specific about it.
and it pisses me off.
Anybody out there think that our healthcare system is working? Nobody does.
Bernie, everybody would, the smart people would disagree with you, dude. Let's be honest, Bernie. No smart person would agree with you. We have a healthcare system. Exactly. Exactly, Token. I remember that. I think I do remember that. And that was terrible. Thank God Hillary was not our president. Thank fucking God Hillary was not our president. I am so happy Hillary never won as president. I'm so happy that Kamala never won as president. Because this is what they do. They leave our people out there to dry, hanging like laundry that's out there drying. Why do you think, again, they called our military people suckers and losers? Because that wasn't Trump. They're blaming Trump for saying that because technically it was really them that said it. They just want people to be angry at Trump because Trump cares about our military more than they do. But at the same time, Trump knows the cost of war is not just money spent, but lives. And that we cannot afford that. We cannot deal with that. And that is something we are not willing to pay or sacrifice or make any sacrifices for. We are willing to go out there and save our people, our troops from the other side, because we have to bring them home, whether they are alive or KIA in action. They need to come home. The Democrats would never do that. They would leave them there to be disgraced and dishonored by our alleged enemies.
Everybody knows it's broken. Everybody knows it's widely.
Now, he's talking about health care. You know what the Democrats want for health care? Universal health care, which is a socialist ideology.
Expensive, it's dysfunctional.
You know what's expensive and dysfunctional? Universal health care. Get the fuck out of here with the universal health care bullshit, y'all. Get the fuck out of here with it. I don't want it. We don't need it. Do away with it. Piss off with that shit. We want United States to be better. And that's what we are doing. That's why people like me are fighting. I'm speaking out every time when I talk about my support for the troops. I support my country. Why I get so angry and passionate about it? Because I love my country. I do. Yes, there are some things I think I know that we could do a little bit better on and that we could work on. But I have love for my country to say what I say and have the balls and audacity to say it and not be afraid to say it out loud. That, yes, these communists, these socialist commies need to go away. We need to do away with the Democratic Party. They need to be disbanded, dispersed. They need to be no longer. That's exactly what we need. Token says we don't need universal health care, but we need health care to be transparent with pricing and more competition. Exactly. This is why I love my country, and this is why I do what I do. Because I love my country. You all know I love my country. You can tell I love my country. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to stand for the red, white, and blue. We all bleed red. I don't care what color you have. I don't care where you come from. We all bleed red. If you're here legally, welcome. But we are all Americans here. We all bleed the same. We all should have what is great for our country. But these socialists don't want it.
Well, you know what we have got to do as progressives? When
Absolutely nothing but get the fuck out of our country is what y'all should do. Y'all progressive socialists need to get the fuck out of our country and stay the fuck out of our country. Period. Get fucked with that shit. I don't want progressivism. You know what I want? I want things to be affordable and where people can enjoy life and not have to worry about the people being afraid of being antagonized by these tactics from the left Democrats because of their skin color or used because of their skin color or virtual signal towards because of their skin color. I have a dream that one day that black children, white children will stand together as a unison. I have a dream. The late great Dr. Martin Luther King once said he had a dream that we no longer judge people by the skin color, but by the content of their character. I had a dream. We need to live that dream. We need to live that Martin Luther King dream. And we aren't. We are not living that dream. People are being judged by their skin, not the content of their character. That disgusts me.
Democrats gain control of the House and Senate, we've got to demand that at the very top of that agenda is.
Yeah, you know what we need to do? Make sure they don't get it. We need to make damn sure that these progressives do not get in office. That we tell them to get fucked, kindly to get fucked. Because this is what I'm sick of. Exactly. Color wasn't a thing. Dude, I was middle class. I was a middle class child. I'm the only child in my family. I'm a middle class child. So I've hanged with people that were low, that were on the low class. I've hanged with people that were on high class ends. I've hanged with them all. But I didn't care what color they were. Just how did they treat people was more what I cared about. Do I care what you look like on the outside? Fuck no. But this is what they want. We need to tell the progressives to go get fucked and stay fucked. Because this is not what we're about. We're not about progressivism. We're about progress. And we cannot make progress without doing what is right. Voting conservative. Voting for the best interest of we the people. If we don't, we're going to get screwed.
The reality that we are going to pass Medicare for all,
which is universal health care, which is bullshit, bogus, blah, blah, blah. All this nauseating bullshit. I don't want it. Get out of here with it.
Guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child.
They promise a lot of shit, but do we ever see them do anything about it? Fuck no. We don't see them do a goddamn thing about it. It's promises that are empty promises. That's all I hear them say. It's empty promises that will never be kept because these people don't know how to keep promises. They don't know how to tell the truth. They know how to lie. And that's all good for. They're liars. They're like snakes oil salesmen.
In this country. That's what we got to do.
No, Bernie, what we need to do is have old people like you stop trying to act like you're fucking relevant, dude. Because you're not relevant again. You're irrelevant, Bernie, to us. You don't matter to us. What you say is lies. We know that to be true. Shit. Majority of these morons that vote this way would rather see this country burn to the ground in a democracy socialistic state than thrive under a capitalistic state.
But we got to do more than that. At a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of this country. I hope you all know this. You know, we all studied the Gilded Age. Remember that in high school and in college? Rockefeller and Carnegie and Jay Gould and all those zillionaires, you know? What you got right now is far more unequal and extreme than existed during the Gilded Age. So what do? We got to tackle that income and wealth inequality, the power that the 1% have by demanding, among other things, that billionaires and large corporations start paying their fair share of tax.
They do. Billionaires get taxed the same amount as we get taxed. We get taxed just about the same amount as they do, as the rich, if not more than the rich. So when they say they want to tax the shit out of the rich, you know what it really means? They just want to tax the fuck out of us even more. They want to take our money away from high class, low class, or excuse me, high class, middle class, and low class. They want to tax the shit out of everybody unequally. They don't know how to do math. Their mathing ain't mathing. Their mathing is just fucked up mathing. They think 2 plus 2 equal 5, not 4. That's how stupid that these socialists are. They think that taxing the rich just will only affect those that they're trying to affect by taxing the shit out of, but not realizing it's going to hit all of us, including them. Oh, but they can't handle that.
We're the richest country in the history of the world. But that,
Yeah, we are not really the richest country, but we are the greatest country. So, well, I'm happy you left the Democratic Party, dude. I hope I can help you understand what conservatism is about enough that you might think about it. Because being conservative is a way better option than anything else. In my opinion, it is the only option right now we have.
that doesn't mean anything. If you got one guy, Mr. Musk, who owns.
Oh, they want to attack Elon. They want to go after Elon because they think Elon is a fucking multimillionaire, which, yeah, he's got a lot of shit ton of money, but he pays taxes just like everyone else. Did they not realize that? Freaking dummies. They don't get it. So, yeah, I'll be right back, guys. We're going to take a quick break. Dude, libertarian is good as long as you don't, you know, fall for these stupid people shit. Definitely, conservative values are more honorable. There's more honor to it than dishonor. But I'll be right back. Stick around, guys. Token, you have the floor. Welcome, new people, and stick around. I'll be right back. Zinajam says he's blessing a tree as one should. Yes, you all should bless a tree. Bless thy tree, amen. All right. So yeah. So basically, sorry guys, potty break. Whew, I feel much better now. Um, yeah, this is what they do, and this is who they are. Yesterday we talked about the Madison Brooks case. She was gang assaulted. Because this is what happens with these people. These people are just absolutely dumb when it comes to um, voting. Their votes are just it's sad. Oh, you're just getting back from a cigarette smoke break? Yeah, I might do that here in a little bit too.
Who owns more wealth than the bottom half of American households. All right? And then when we go forward and we pass legislation, we got to understand there are millions of people out there, maybe you, working for starvation wages. So what we've got to do is raise the federal minimum wage to a living wage, at least 20 bucks an hour, maybe.
What is minimum wage to them, or lifting up minimum wage? Because this would be a good question. You guys smoking? Cool. I may throw in a dip here in a little bit, but I do definitely need to slow down on dipping. But what does minimum wage or lifting minimum wage look like to them? So to them, lifting minimum wage would basically be making it to where they get paid more and then they allegedly get taxed more. Because I think the more you make, the more you're going to get taxed. If you make over a certain amount, you get taxed over a certain amount, I believe, which is not good.
And
I'm about
make
to
it
throw one in.
easier for workers to join unions. You want to join?
Unions, workers joining union. So what if every worker doesn't want to join union? And what if there are companies out there that are not union? Then what? Then basically they either are going to force them to try to be union or they're going to shut them down. That's how they work. You guys are making me want to throw a dip in now. Fuck. Thanks, guys. Really. Thanks, y'all. I appreciate it. Making me want to dip. KY says Bernie is cuckoo for a communist. Aren't you telling the truth, buddy? Aren't you telling the truth? Bernie is nuts for a communist because that's what he wants. Exactly, communism. Cheers. That's what he wants, is communism. And we know that. We know that Bernie wants communism. Same here. I'm dipping Grizzly Long Cut. Bernie wants communism. They want communism. They just can't understand that communism is going to fail. They don't get it. It doesn't appease them. Or to them, there is no other option but communism and socialism. There is, but they just don't see it that way.
You have the constitutional right, and your boss can't stop you. What else do we have?
I mean, the boss can't. There are there are things that can and cannot happen, but if you are working for a union, then you, or if you decide to do a job for a union or sign up and work for a company that is union, then you do have to become union. Unless you decide, okay, I don't want to work for union. But that also means paying union taxes, union dues, which comes out of your paycheck, which I think is like $20 a month, I believe, which is absolutely ridiculous, by the way. But there are some good things and bad things about union. Let's talk a little bit about union. So, what is some things about union that are good? So, if let's say you get hurt on the job and the company doesn't want to pay, then the union will, what they will do is stand up for you. They're, they will supposedly try to stand for you and make things right. If let's say you get fired for a really fucked up reason, just like a small reason, like you're tired, you come in, you're tired, and there's some mistakes, like maybe you knock over 2 or 3 cans of dog food, then the union's going to stand for you. So yes, there are some little bitty good things about union, but also there are some bad things about union. The union dues. Um, if let's say the company goes on strike, then you wouldn't get paid, or you probably more likely wouldn't get paid. And that means then you basically wouldn't be able to work until they figure out how to solve the strike and how to solve the problem that they're having. Sometimes the union doesn't pay very well. Not all the time, but sometimes. Right. So there's kind of a give and take with union. You got to understand that. I have a neighbor who is a union worker. He does union jobs. He is a union worker through and through. Now, he likes it. He likes his job. He loves his job. Granted, that's great. But there are some things he likes about his job and some things he doesn't like about his job that are union based. It's kind of, you got to make that deciding factor yourself. You should not have to be forced into a union trade or a union group. You should make that decision yourself. And by the way, for somebody that was asking whether I was going number one or two, I was going both.
Have to do.
Thank you for being smartasses, both of you, all of you.
Well, just among
I appreciate y'all's humor.
other things, we got to end endless wars, you know?
Okay, sure, I agree we should end endless wars, but the problem is we've been in so many fucking wars that, like, I. How many wars have we been in? The United States has been. Let me look that up real quick. Let me do some research. How many wars has America been in? We've been over. America has engaged in roughly 12 to over 100 major military conflicts since 1776. No, KY, ew. So we've been over probably to 12 to over 100 military conflicts since 1776. So that's a lot, right? That's a lot of conflicts that we have been in. That's bad. I mean, that's the Civil War needed to happen, right? That one was fine. But sure, there were some wars that didn't need to happen and some wars that did need to happen that we were in. But no matter what you how you want to think about this, War is not good. It costs a lot of money on both sides, and especially for everyone. What was the war after 1776? I think what first conflict were America in after 1776? Hold on. What war was American in after 1776? American Revolutionary War. That was the one that we were in after 1776. And I just looked that up, by the way, for Google. No, it doesn't have to do with slavery. There was things that happened that sure shouldn't have happened. I'll look it up later, but we have been in wars, in about 100 or more wars. Yeah, we do have Marines. We have a lot of different military bases now. But the point of this whole thing is that if we allow these socialists to win, we might end up in another alleged war. And we don't want that. Look at what Biden almost did to us. You know what Biden did to us? Almost put us in the position of almost having us get in between the conflict of Ukraine and Russia. We were almost, well, pretty much we were supposedly part of it because, we were allegedly giving money to Ukraine when we shouldn't have and giving Ukraine stuff that we shouldn't have. But we almost got involved in it to the point where we almost probably had military set out there. We don't want that. This is why we don't want these socialist commies winning. We don't want these socialists winning and taking over because we can get in trouble. Sure, we have the greatest yeah, we have a good military. I'm not going to dispute that. We do have a really good military. But if we start a conflict or get in a conflict that we shouldn't have, it's going to end to where it could get bad. Yeah, it could potentially get nuclear. I will have to look the Tripoli up. I don't know much about that token. I know certain different wars, but the Tripoli I will have to look up. And I do apologize if I don't know everything, okay? I don't know everything. I just take what you guys give me. If you guys know something I don't, I look it up and I try to find out because that's what I'm supposed to do.
No, never forget, please, that when I was a kid, the struggle was against the Vietnam War, which killed 59,000 Americans in the war and more when they came back.
But didn't Obama allegedly get us in war too? Supposedly? So not only did Bush Senior and Junior allegedly get us in war, but didn't Obama, yeah, Libyan war, something like that. So it's kind of ironic how they talk about no war, the no war policies, but allegedly all the Democrats have gotten us into a position, pigeonholing us into war. Yeah, and also attacked Iran. So there you go. See, this is why, like, when you think about this kind of shit, why we don't want Democrats in office in the first place? Because their alleged no war talk is bullshit. It's bullshit. This is all just pure bullshit. They don't care if we get into an alleged war with anyone. Because if we do get into an alleged war with somebody, what's going to happen? They're going to use money for it. It's stupid. Hell, and we don't even know if allegedly the alleged politicians are paying the other side while we're in it or allegedly involved in it. We don't know that. We don't know if the alleged Democrats are paying the other side. We don't know anything of that sort because we're only told what we're being told by the media or by the politicians. And most of the politicians will tell you, oh, we're doing it because of this, this, and this alleged reason. That's not, to me, a good reason.
Home, sleeping out on the streets of this country. All right? That war was based on a lie. Based on a lie.
You know what's really sad? Is that most of the Democrats, when they try to allege that the wars that they allegedly put us in are for a certain particular reason, we know why. Because we know why they're doing it. We know why they want us there. Because they want alleged conflict because they want to allegedly bully other people that shouldn't be bullied or that we're not in conflict with. Most of the conflicts that we should not be in are because we're having to allegedly the politicians bully them. Well, but conservative, would you call this the Iran war now with Trump allegedly bullying? No, I would not call it bullying. I would call it doing, I think, in my opinion, sure, we shouldn't, in my opinion, be into it, but we're getting rid of a possible potential issue with Iran having nuclear weapons. And that was an issue. We know that if Iran did have alleged sources and abilities to make nuclear weapons, what would happen? We would pretty much be fucked. We would be screwed. This is what happens. These people, these Democrats, don't give a shit about the safety. They just want to allegedly start wars again because it's about money. If it puts money allegedly in the politicians' pockets, like the Democrats, they're going to be tickled pink. And that's wrong.
The war in Iraq, which I voted against when I was in Congress.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did.
Based on a lie.
So, Bernie, the biggest question I'm going to have for you, and I hope to God you can answer this. Please, Bernie, answer this one. Did you agree with the Libya attack, the alleged Libya war that allegedly Obama put us in? Did you agree with that one or no? Obama was a Democrat, and he allegedly got us into that shit. See, they pick and choose. They have to pick and choose. That's what they do. They move the field goal post, people.
War in Iran. Oh, that Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon tomorrow and they're going to attack the United States based
Well, we do pay taxes, token. You got to remember that. We all pay taxes for it.
on
We pay for it. It comes out of our paycheck too.
a lie. So we've got to.
Yeah, they claim that every war is an alleged lie, but what do we see? They allegedly put us in a war based off of their lies and their viewpoints. What are we doing?
Stop endless wars. We have to stop excessive military spending, and we have to stop funding
Whoa.
the extremist government of Israel.
Okay, I do agree that we should not be taking money or being paid by alleged other countries. I will say that. But Bernie said something, and I'm going to go back to it.
On a lie. The war in Iran. Oh, that Iran is going to have a nuclear weapon tomorrow and they're going to attack the United States.
Iran can have a alleged nuclear weapon if they. Guys in the chat, agree or disagree with me? Iran can allegedly create a nuclear weapon. They are not stupid. They are smart. They know that they can allegedly do it. But they know that US is watching them, and they know that we, the US, will not allow it. They know that every time they allegedly try to do it, they're going to get shut down for it, and we will not allow it because we know what happens if they can get to it. They know that what will happen is if they get that alleged nuclear of weapons in their hand, they are closer to us than Russia, Korea, China. They are closer to us. They're not too far. They can allegedly hit us if they wanted to. So why do you think that we don't allow it? Oh, you know why? Because they can do it. They can, but we don't allow it. Sure, the whole nuclear thing might be very small, minute for them to be able to possibly produce it, to mass produce it in high quantity numbers, but they can do it. And it only takes one time for them to do it until something really fucked up happens and we think, yeah, something wrong. Something went wrong. Really, really wrong. That was a bad idea. It only takes one time for our enemies that hate us, that despise us, that think of grotesque thoughts against us to go after us and literally just like that, wipe us clean. Only one time. That's why we don't allow those things to happen. Well, conservative, but what about Russia? What about Korea? What about China? I agree that Russia, China, and Korea should not have them. But the problem is they have the ability to mass produce. And it would affect us more if we tried to go after them. If we tried to go after them, it would start a war. It would cause a bigger issue. And Kentucky, we're not, KY, we're not talking about moonshine. Stay on subject, please. It would cause a bigger war, a bigger issue. Not, no, you're good. You guys are good. Just, it's not about moonshine. We're not talking moonshine. We can talk about moonshine later. But the thing is, taxation without representation. We are being taxed. Things like military spending comes from our taxes. So we're basically funding the military to be better, yes, but we want fair taxation and fair representation. We want things to be fair. Are they fair in Russia, Korea, and China? No. You probably are more than correct, Token, about that one. It's scary that these people that hate America so much can allegedly get their mittens on nuclear mass production, alleged nuclear mass production. It's scary as shit. It is very, very scary. And it's scary enough to know that Russia has that ability. Oh, God. Russia, China, Korea, those people have it. And it's scary enough that we try not to piss off or poke the bear, which is Russia, China, and Korea. But the Democrats sometimes allegedly like to poke the bear, and that's not good. Token says Trump shut them down, was doing nothing about it. NATO was indifferent because Russia and China was backing them. Probably. But you see what I'm talking about, though.
The United States based on a lie. So we've got to stop endless wars. We have to stop the excessive military spending.
Hold on. Why should we stop spending money on the military that is there to defend and protect us? That is what they're there for. Why should we stop supporting the military? Why should we have no military like some other countries allegedly have or don't have? Because they want us not to have a military so that allegedly other countries that can attack us, when we piss them off enough and poke them enough, they can do whatever the fuck they want to us. That's not right and not fair, in my opinion. That is not correct. That to me is wrong. Because if you're telling me, cheers, that we need to stop defending on military, I'm going to tell you to piss off. We need to continue to fund our military. Our military is our biggest home defense. Sure, Homeland Security is part, but military is the biggest. The Marines, the Navy, the Army, the Coast Guards, the Special Forces, the Navy SEALs, the Top Gun flight, the Top Gun Navy jet fighters out there. They're all part of defending our country. Even Delta Force. They're all part of defending and protecting from foreign and domestic situations. those people, including parajumpers, are a part of what we need to have to keep our country safe. Without our, so I don't know if some of you were in the Marine Corps. I was never in the Marines. I wanted to be in the Marines. You're damn right. Hoorah, Semper fucking Fi. I wanted to be a Marine. I have the heart of a Marine that I will protect and defend my country from foreign and domestic. But the Marines, those motherfuckers, those guys and gals, and even the Air Force, those guys and gals are people that we need out there. We need them out there. Without the Air Force, the Marines would be nothing. Without the Air Force, the Army would be nothing. The Army wouldn't be. All of this is like a giant circle, basically. The military needs each other. They need each other as much as they may sometimes poke and prod at each other and call each other nicknames, like they would call the Marines crane eaters. Think about it. They need each other. They're all brothers and sisters in arms. They're all one. They're all people that deserve the respect. Not only that respect, but deserve to definitely have the equipment they need. They deserve that. No questions asked. And thank you, Token, for your service. I appreciate you. I appreciate your service. Whether you may feel like it was just a small due diligence on your part, I appreciate it. Well, I appreciate your service, Token. I really do. We do appreciate your service, and thank you for your sacrifice. And thank you for coming home. Because we need people like you. We really do. We need people in the military. The military is important to us. No matter what branch, what's your MOA, whatever. You say that. I get that. I get that. That's what a lot of military people will say. But we here on this channel, Token, appreciate the military. A lot of us do. Because without people like you, we would be screwed. People like you that have the balls and the audacity to go out there and say, you know what, I'm going to serve. And not know whether or not you're going to come home or not. And then just come home, and when somebody thanks you and you just reply, it was my job, we understand. We get it. That was your job. But to us, it was more than just a job. It was a sacrifice, a dedication to us, to people like me that appreciate people like you, that love and care and honor people that are in the military. Because that's what conservatives do appreciate, military people. We love and honor them. Because it is needed. It's a necessity. It's quintessential to our country. So again, thank you.
And we have to stop funding the extremist government of Israel, which has committed genocidal actions.
Hold on. They claim that Israel committed genocide, but what did Palestinians do? What did allegedly the Palestinians do? The alleged extreme Islamists allegedly have always yelled death to America. the extremists have always allegedly hated us. So it's not just Israel and Palestine that's an issue. It's both sides are at fault for what has happened. Token, I will say this. I have people that I know that are Muslim. I don't hate them. I love them. I understand that this is their religion. But I also understand that not all Muslims believe in exactly what the alleged Islamist extremists believe in. Just like I don't think that every alleged Jew believes in what Israel is doing. I understand that there is a lot of confusion with it. And there's a lot of isms like Zionism and Islamophobiaism. But we can't be that way. We cannot be that way. We have to remember that we are people too, and they are people too. As humans, we are all humans. Everyone has a different religion. I'm pagan. Okay, I don't believe in the. I don't follow Christian gods. I believe in Odin, Thor, Freya, Loki, you know, etc., etc. Does that make every alleged pagan a bad pagan? No, but there are bad pagans out there. There are good people that follow religion. There's like the same with Christians, Catholics, Protestants, Seventh day Adventists. There are good people out there that follow the religion to what it should be followed by. But you hear this Zionist talk as like it to me makes me feel like people don't understand about that conversation. Yeah, I didn't even know about it. But we token there's going to be another live stream. I don't know when, but we'll talk about what allegedly my opinion is on 9/11. I have a big amount of opinion on it, and a lot of people may not agree with it, but I feel a particular way about it. And maybe that is a conversation that you and I should have together. Because definitely, I think you and I may come to an agreement. Well, I don't think it's just the alleged extremist Islamists. I think it was allegedly our own government too. I think it was an alleged inside job. But yes, the alleged Islamist extremists were allegedly involved. But I, in my opinion, feel that the government was allegedly may have had a part and hand into it, just like a lot of things. There's a lot of things we don't know about our government, ladies and gentlemen, that we are finding out very quickly. And we're seeing it. We're seeing how far we can go. We're pushing to the brink of it, to like where we are starting to understand more and more why people do not trust our government, why more and more people do not trust the media or trust the politicians, because there is some alleged connections within. And it's sad.
Against the Palestinian people. We're going to stop that.
See how fast these left wingers believe in the Palestinian people. They talk about the Palestinian people like the Palestinian people are American. They're not. They're not American. The Palestinians are from Palestine. They're not American. Just like Israel. Israel is not part of America. It's Israel. I mean, it is part of the world, but it's not in our own country. But the Bible does, I think, say, um, hold on, let me look this up so I don't misquote it. What does the Bible say about blessing Israel? So in Genesis 12:3, where God tells Abraham, I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse you, and all people on earth will be blessed through you. And then there's Numbers 24-9. The nation is like a mighty lion. When it's sleeping, no one dares to wake it. Whoever blesses Israel will be blessed, and whoever curses Israel will be cursed. That was what I was trying to go for. Sure, they are part of their own area. But when it comes to Israel, I don't curse Israel. I don't go against them. I think of them as just like me and you. They should have a way to stand up for themselves, just like Palestine should have a way, or any other country should have a way to stand up for themselves. But they shouldn't be bullied or attacked for no apparent reason. Just like other countries should not be attacked or bullied. It should all be in the equality section.
We're going to start investing in our people. And
But definitely, other countries' politics should not be involved with us or should not entwine with us. You're right. They did supposedly reject a lot. I agree with that. They did have a lot of objections or objections to supposed peace talk. Does that make me dislike them? No, it just makes me dislike their alleged extremist leaders and see their alleged extremist leaders for what they are, not caring for their people. Both Palestine, Israel, and other countries should have what is best for their interest of their own people, not against their people. Just like America, politicians should have what's best for us, not what is not best or in the best interest of us. I think every country should have that equally, but there are leaders out there that are just hungry for power, greed, and authoritarianism. And that does not represent every single one of those people that are good people of that nation or that country. It just represents the bad people. The bad people, the bad apples do not represent the good apples. It's true.
housing and education
In my
and
opinion.
healthcare. What else does it mean? It means that we need an agenda which creates millions of good-paying union jobs
Probably will, more than
by
likely.
transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel.
You're right, Kentucky. Two things are said to be true: power and greed. Power and greed hand in hand, are one of the biggest things. If you look at people that, like, I'll give you an example, the Democrats. The Democrats want allegedly power, they want greed, but at the same time, they kind of want money. Because remember, yes, capitalism is good, but also at the same time, money is the root of all evil. Money can corrupt people, money can talk bigger than a lot of other things. That's how it works. If you have enough money to put yourself in place to be empowered, then you will be looked at as a higher up. You will be looked at as somebody that can do things, whether it's good or bad, because money does talk. And yes, again, money is the root of all evil. It can be good if used in a way that is sufficient and good and being used for the people to help people just scurry on by with their daily life and not use it for bad things. That's how it should work. Money wins elections. Well, I don't know. Maybe that might be an alleged true statement, but that does have a lot of context into the conversation. You are right.
I don't have to explain to anybody. You're all reading about it, the heat waves existing in Europe, here in the United States, the drought, the forest fires. Guess what? The media may not talk about it. That's called climate change.
Then we get into the conversation of climate change. Here's where I will disagree with some of the climate change people, but I do believe that it can have a potential issue, be part of a potential issue, but I don't think what we it's not what the Democrats really talk about. The Democrats like to use climate change as an excuse to make people fear things. The climate, our world, yeah, I'll do this. So pretend this is the world, right? So the world rotates as we eat, breathe, sleep, and live, right? Or if we pass away. The world rotates around. We have what's called gravity, or we have things that we know about it. So the world rotates and it goes round and around and around and around and around and around, right? As always it does. It goes around and around and around and around. So no matter what happens, the world is always going to move. And supposedly we are close to the sun sometimes. Sometimes we do get closer to the sun more than what we would recognize. Climate does change. Weathers change. The seasons change from summer, spring, fall, winter. That's what happens. That's how the world moves. The world moves around. The world never stops for us. No matter whether we're breathing or not breathing. The world gives us oxygen. Yes, fire and smoke do not help, but no matter what, we still breathe. things happen that sometimes may not be explainable. Sometimes things happen that are explainable. Do I think that climate change really is like what the Democrats think it is? No. I think that there is a little bit more to it than what they want to see. I'm not trying to say that climate change isn't or is a thing or may not potentially have a issue in a situation of our living environment, but it is not, to me, in my opinion, like how the Democrats would see it. Right, KY, you're right.
And that's exactly what the climate scientists have been telling us is going to be happening.
Do I believe in some of the climate scientists? No, I don't always take that for face value. I don't always believe in it and what climate scientists say. I hear them. I listen to what they have to say, but I have my own opinions on it.
I want this country, and I think you want this country, not to do what Trump does, which is think that climate change is a hoax while the oil companies make billions. We want to leave.
Okay, here's a good question. Do I think that climate change comes from oil companies? No. Honestly, I don't think that happens. I honestly really don't think that is a thing. I don't think oil companies are to blame for that. I think it's just how our universe is at the moment in time. And we have to see it for what it is. That it's the universe and the world doing what it is doing. And yes, we should kind of pay attention a little bit to our universe and the world and where we are at, centering ourselves to understand that the world is changing. The world is old. I don't know how old this world is. It's old. And things happen that are just just unexplicable moments in our lives that we may not have ever thought we would ever see or have happened to us in our lifetime. Do I again call myself a climate activist? No. But do I think that there should be attention that we should pay attention to when it comes to our universe and what our world is doing? Yes, we should pay attention to the world because the world is our oyster. We can create good and bad energy and put it out there, and people can pick it up or lay it down. And it's for you to decide how you want to go about it. And you're right, climates will change and keep changing. That's just the natural thing about it. It's science. I look at it from this real scientific way. I try to think of what most people um would not some people would not look at it as. I try to look at it truthfully because there is truth out there to our world. Good or bad, our world is going to change, and it's not going to stop. Just like the world is not going to stop rotating every day. So, did you know right now, as I'm sitting here, the world is rotating? We are moving. Perhaps, maybe the shift and change we don't always feel because we don't know it. But you know what does change? Day, night, day, and night. Day turns into night, night turns into day. That's scientific facts. That's not feelings or illogical phenomenon explanation. It's factual. It's factual that we move. This world is moving. We move. And we live in this world that moves constantly. Will we ever stop moving? Probably the world will never stop moving. But we will one day. Because life and death are two things that are inevitable in this world that we live in. Life and death is what happens to us. Because the world will never change for us. But we could probably change for it or try to claim that we want to change for it. But how much change is really being done sincerely by these people? Probably not a lot. Not a lot. Because no matter what we do, it's going to happen. Things are going to happen that sometimes we cannot change or predict. We can't predict the future. Probably not a lot. Honestly, I don't feel like we can do a lot.
Want to lead the world in transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and energy efficiencies and sustainable.
When they talk about sufficient energy, they want to change things around. They want to try to make things more eco friendly, shall we say. Let's use those words. They think that doing such thing is helping predominantly change the world to be better. Do I feel like eco friendly stuff would work? Probably not as much. To me, not really. Because you look at like electric cars, you look at windmills. What if the wind doesn't always blow? So they have to have an energy or a generator or something to run the windmills to create that windmill to move, to go around and around and around, just like the earth. You're right. Eco friendly to me is a scam. It is a big fucking scam. It takes batteries which have lithium. Now, what is lithium? Lithium is a something that has to be mined. It comes from a mine, right? Lithium mines, or something created from a supposed um fuck. I'm brain fogging and brain dying here. Um Man-made, whatever you want to call it. Yes, lithium is also in that substance, KY. You're right. It is. But all of this coming forward to the conversation, I'm sorry, I'm kind of like, bleh. What happens here is that they think that what they're doing is eco-friendly, but it's really not. They're still using things that aren't eco-friendly to try to run things that are allegedly or claimed as eco-friendly, but they're really not. Just like allegedly AOC said cow farts are what's causing greenhouse gas. I'm sorry, but cow farts? Really? Cow farts? Really? But do you not realize also that these things take money and time to create? So you're putting in a lot of effort to create something that hopefully it's just a hope. It's just a hope that would be more friendly. But if it breaks down, it still takes people like me and you to supposedly fix it, not AI. Right, cow farts aren't that bad. I mean, cow farts stink, but yeah, it's not what they want to allege. But it takes people to continue to do this to make it work. So, no matter what, their eco friendly ideology isn't really that eco friendly if you think about it, right? Makes sense. That's another thing that they get so freaking wrapped up on is how do we be eco friendly, but at the same time spend more money on things that just really are bullshit. Remember when they stopped coal miners from mining coal because they allegedly said that coal was number one problem in this world? Well, what the problem here is that first of all, coal has to be mined, and coal is another form of fuel, which is methane, which has methane gas in it. So the mine do sometimes have methane gas in it, so that's why they have air in the mine for the miners so that there's no methane gas in there because coal is um, very it literally can it's combustible. It can go poof like that in a matter of seconds. Just poof like that and it's up in the mine. So coal, yes, it is dirty. Yes, it causes black lung for the miners, but at the same time, it's a form of fuel that is necessity for us. Sure, we can maybe move away and do look for different options, but all in all, you really got to see it for what it is that coal is a good form source of energy. It is a good use. It has usage. So coal is what we use or used to use for like stuff. If you think about it, coal is actually not that bad. Sure, it is dangerous for the miners, but there's risks and rewards for it. The miners, yes, risk their lives for it, but without them, we wouldn't have it. It wouldn't be a form source of fuel. Or if it wasn't something that was created, we wouldn't use it. If we didn't figure out, oh, coal and all these other things that create a form of whatever it is it creates or is being used for, we wouldn't have ever thought of using it. So we got to be thankful for it. We should be thankful that it exists.
Sustainable energy. We need to build millions of units of affordable housing.
Exactly, coal lamps.
So the 20 million households in this country are not spending half of their limited incomes.
But here's another question I do kind of find myself asking. When they talk about financial income, do they really mean that they want to help people find homes? Do they really mean everything that they're saying here? No. To me, this is just a form of bogasy. This is how bogus they are and how gullible they are. These people do not care and never will care because it's just the self-righteous attitude. It's the ignorance. Ignorance is bliss, ladies and gentlemen. Ignorance is bliss. And we see it. Look at how many, like, I've gone to Seattle. I've gone to Portland, Oregon. I've gone to California. I've been in those liberal states and I have seen them. I haven't lived there, but I have seen them. When I went to California, Seattle, and Portland, Oregon, what I saw was a crap ton of homeless people crapping on the sidewalks, allegedly using drugs in the streets, out in the middle of the streets, where in broad daylight, where kids, people could see them doing it, and the cops didn't do shit about it. Now they could have rehabs, and they could go to rehabs and buildings that are open to give them help, but they choose not to. Right. Token, you know exactly where I'm talking about then. Yeah, I know it's not new to you, dude. But when I went to those states, Seattle, California, and Portland, Oregon, I visited those states. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. And I kept thinking to myself, man, I am so lucky I live in Tennessee. Because if I lived in any of those states like that, I do not know how I would survive or want to stick around that long. Because most of those states are Democratic. the demographics of majority of the ones in the city are Democratic. And the homeless people there are still there. You can look up in the news. There's still homeless issues in all of those states, in all of those areas. It was terrible. I felt like I literally woke up in the twilight zone. Just absolutely flabbergasted with how people could allow this to be okay or a normal thing for anyone. Watching people shoot up or smoke drugs or use drugs or crap on the sidewalk or pee on the sidewalk or being allowed to be drunk on the sidewalk, and the cops just roll right by as if it's just another day in the office for them. Like, really? It is absolutely flabbergasting to me. The only time I probably want to go to San Francisco is see Alcatraz. And that's why I went to San Francisco, to see Alcatraz. And Alcatraz, the prison absolutely has changed, in my opinion. A lot has changed over there. But the prison is still there. I know that. The Rock is still there. That's the only reason I would ever go there. Portland, I just went there to see what it was like because I have a friend that is in Portland, Oregon, and he doesn't like it there. He hates it. Oh yeah, I believe you. I'm definitely not planning anytime soon to go back to San Francisco. But if I ever do, I'll hit you up. I'll hit you up, Token. I'll let you know that I'm there. I'll definitely see if I can find you. We can we can hit it up there. But it is absolutely disgusting because it's all Democratic. And the Democrats say they want to help people, but you see all of this happening and there's no help being done to them. Majority of these cities wanted police disbanded. It made me nauseated. So I'm very thankful. I live in Tennessee. I'm happy that I live in Tennessee because I don't think I could ever find myself to wanting to be there. Yeah, I agree with you that there are more people outside the city that are conservative. Like I said before, the city people are liberal. I think more outside cities are conservative.
On housing. We need to make sure that our young people,
Bro, if you move, hit me up. Fucking hit me up, dude. No cap. Hit me the fuck up when you decide to move here. I'll be there. I got you. And especially if you hit up in Chattanooga, I'll hit you up. Oh, be careful near Knoxville. That's another one that is pretty, yeah, it's pretty gnarly right now. Yeah, we're having our own issues down here too. But hit me up if you come towards Chattanooga. I'll be here. I got you, bro. I got you. I fucking got you. I fucking got you. Most people here in this little area that I'm in Chattanooga, they already know who I am. They know not to really mess with me because I don't do anything wrong. Pretty much everybody just minds their own goddamn business, and that's it. They know to mind their own business and not care. Sure, we don't really like a lot of the city shit, but we know to mind our business. I hope that you do move up there or up here. At least if you move up here in Tennessee, you're going to be happy. If you move up there to Knoxville, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if people realize, but Knoxville, yes, is kind of somewhat conservative, democratic. But there was the mayor of Knoxville, Glenn Jacobs. And for some of you that don't know who Glenn Jacobs is, look up the Big Red Machine WWE, Kane. Yeah, Kane was the mayor of Knoxville County. Yeah. And he did very good. I think Kane, honestly, or excuse me, um, I always call him Kane because that's always as I will see him as. But Kane, aka Glenn Jacobs, Mayor Glenn Jacobs, I think he's doing a fantastic job trying to clean up the city, and I think he did a great job. I haven't kept up on if he's still mayor or not, but he's one of those people that I definitely would say had my vote. He had my vote because he was not liberal. He didn't have very much liberal ideology. He was libertarian, yes, but he had a lot of conservative values. Pardon the pun, he choke slammed liberalism, pretty much, if you will. He tombstone piled liberalism. He put Knoxville on where it should be.
Young couples can own a home when they are
That was a
young,
pretty good pun, wasn't it? I know.
not when they're middle aged,
I'm
which
happy
is
I
the
could do
case
that
right
one.
now. We need to create universal and free childcare,
Oh,
and we need to have
oh, not this universal child health care. Please stop with this. This is where we need to stop allowing them to say this shit. We should not be okay with universal health care. Why should we be okay with universal health care? Why? We shouldn't. We shouldn't. But you know what's really sad is that they're not going to stop believing in it. As much as they want to pretend that universal healthcare is a good thing, it's it's a downfall. It is a downfall. It is the biggest downfall that anyone could have. Using that does not mean they're going to pay or their Medicare or their insurance or Medicaid will pay for it. It's everyone else pays for it but them. It's basically on our own expense, if you will. Why should we pay for it on our own expense? It's like going to the bar with your friend and you not paying for your own drinks, but having your friend pay for every drink that you have and then run into tab of $1,000 and you not being able to afford it and then just pushing it on your friend. That's kind of a shitty idea, and that's a shitty friend to have do that to you. So why do that? That's pretty much it. They're having us pay for their tabs. I don't want it. I don't want to pay for their goddamn tabs. Fuck that. They got to pay for their own goddamn tabs. If I'm going to have healthcare, either my insurance is going to pay for it or I'm going to have to pay half. The insurance can pay half and I have to pay half. That's fair and square to me. But this, we pay everything, it's just not going to work for me.
The colleges and universities that are tuition free. Can we do that? Of course we can do that. We're the richest country in the history.
Exactly, Zen. Exactly. They can pay for their own ways. If they're willing, okay. If they're willing to have healthcare, then come up with a healthcare plan that works for everyone. Not something where we or the taxpayers have to pay that expense. Because to me, that just sounds like I'm too fucking lazy and I don't want to take the responsibility of something that is adulting or considered adulting. That's how I see it. I may be wrong in my assumptions, but that's how I see it. Because I don't expect everyone else to pay. I got to do that myself.
In the world. But what we need to do is tell the billionaire class they can't have it all.
You know what's really funny is that they always pick on the billionaires, but what they don't realize is that people like Amazon, Walmart, and other corporations that are doing good and that are helping our economy run, sure, they have to pay their fair share portion of tax, but they want to try to allegedly bankrupt companies that are doing good for themselves. People like Mark Zuckerberg. Sure, I don't agree with Mark Zuckerberg or, Steve Jobs, but people like Elon Musk and stuff, they are running companies like Google, Amazon, and Twitter. Without them, we would not have that platform. So those platforms are basically created to be used, but they forget that they get taxed. And they don't want to tell you that because they hate capitalism, allegedly, but we all know.
It's another issue out there that Democrats are going to have to address when they gain power in the House and the Senate. That is this artificial intelligence, AI.
Oh, the AI. All right. So let's get into the AI bullshit. I'm going to be blunt and honest. I do not like AI. I think AI 100% is going to be the downfall of our country if we allow it to get out of hand. 100% will be the downfall of us if we do not control it. Sure, there are some good that possibly could come out of AI, but there's some dangers to it. There are some sides that we either have not yet seen or we have seen or are starting to see, but people are ignoring it for what it is. We can't have that. Zen Jam says, I want proof that it's actually artificial and it's actually intelligent. Yeah, me and you both, buddy. Me and you both. But when it comes to AI, for entertainment, sure. For government, no. I will agree with Token on that one because Token is right. We should be very mindful about where we are as a country and where we are going to be as a country in the near future. We can't just look at, okay, what's happening now and ignore what may or may not happen in the future, whether it be consequences or greatness from these things. We need to look at both down the road even farther than just 2028, 2029. We need to look further in the like 2040s, 2050s, 2060s to 300s. We need to look at the future and see what is going to happen. And if we allow this to go any further, will it benefit us or will it pinch us to the point of we might have to really nip it before that? And if we don't, it's going to be too little too late and we're screwed.
Robotics, and that is a huge issue.
But don't the Democrats love AI though? I thought they were a big AI kind of thing. I thought they loved AI. I don't know. That might have been just something I thought of. But I tell me if I'm wrong. I thought the Democrats loved AI and using it.
Which I don't have the time to get into great length right now. But bottom line here.
Of course, you don't have time because you're a very busy man doing absolutely nothing.
Is that this is the most transformational technology in the history of humanity. It can impact everybody in every way that you can imagine.
There's not a lot of transparency in this conversation that this guy is having or telling or saying. See, these Democrats don't know how to be transparent. Exactly. It needs to stay connected in the entertainment department. Right. I don't feel like these Democrats know how to be transparent with us. They don't. They are losing the ability to be honest with us by trying to tell us that we should fear something. Well, yeah, we already know that AI is not going to be bad to a degree if we control it. But at the same time, what do? They don't give us solutions. They only give us problems. Like people like Trump try to, yes, give us solutions to the problem. But every time we try to come up with solutions, the Democrats come up with more problems. And especially things like AI. That's, yes, can be a big problem. So we need to find answers. And putting Democrats in office to hope that they find answers is not an answer. That's just a problem. A bigger problem than what we would want. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we can do.
And right now, those technologies, robotics, AI, are being pushed by the wealthiest people in the country, the Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Ellison.
But again, doesn't the Democrats love AI? Don't they like using AI? Unless it's used against them. That's what I thought. I always thought that it's all fun and games until somebody ends up getting either their feelings hurt or it's used against them. That's what I thought always, especially when it comes to like the Democrats using AI. They tried to allegedly want to use it against us, but people are pushing back against it. Well, you know why people are pushing back against AI? Well, we wouldn't use communism against them. We would just use a different thing against them, proving that they were wrong. By the way, if y'all have a dip, pack a lip. I am going to be dipping here. Grizzly lung cut winter drink. But yeah, it's all fun and games. Or no, it's all shits and giggles until somebody giggles and shits. Or shits and giggles. Or something like that, in that order, I think. Isn't that how it works? Tell me if I use that analogy correctly. Cheers, y'all. Oh, probably more than likely. That could be a big potential issue. Jen Jam, you are right, dude. It gets really messy. Thanks, I almost got it on my dip. Thanks, Jen Jam. I'm trying not to laugh. But that is so damn true. It gets messy.
These very, very wealthy guys.
Yeah, kind of like how allegedly you are.
And let me tell you what you already know. They're not staying up nights worrying about you.
So, Bernie here is leading us to believe that he thinks that the rich is not staying up to worry about us. Well, can we say the same thing about the Democrats? Jim Jam says my suggestion is go outside with a good spray and a garden hose. Oh Lord. Definitely that conversation took a big turn for the worse, and I shouldn't have used that. Thanks, Zen Jam. Much appreciated, buddy, for putting that out there. Thanks for the advice. I'll definitely consider that next time for if it ever does allegedly happen again, which I pray to God it doesn't. You have one of those what? Zen or not Zen? God damn it, Token. Sorry, what are you talking about, Token?
They're pushing these technologies.
See, that's the problem. Is that we do have to consider that sure, Bernie may have a point to a certain degree, but at the same time, we should also be asking people like Bernie Sanders that question. Do you stay awake at night worrying and thinking about we the people? No. Yeah, isn't there a water ban or a water limitation in California, supposedly? HOA or something like that? I can't remember.
Because they want to become even richer and more powerful. But we got to say, sorry, ain't the way it's going to be. We will determine how AI and robotics unfold.
Yeah, sure. Let's put it into the hands of the Democrat. Let's believe the Democrats are going to make us feel like we're in good hands. Oh, hell fuck no. This is not an Allstate commercial. Are you in good hands? No. Socialism. Are you in good hands? No. Allstate. Are you in good hands? Yes. I'd rather trust Allstate than a Democrat with being in good hands. I'd feel more in good hands with the Allstate Insurance Company, not sponsored nor endorsed, by the way, than a Democratic Socialist. Huh. No, thank you. I'll pass.
And it's going to unfold to benefit human beings, not just make the big tech oligarchs even richer. Let me
But again, hey, Democrats, don't you all get rich off of doing things that allegedly you're not supposed to be doing? That's kind of funny. Yeah, token. It's pretty much that way in any liberal state. They want you to pay extra tax just so that they can get extra money. See, it's kind of how they allegedly bully people. It's like the lunch money bully.
last point that I would make
Oh God, please make this your last
is
point.
that unless we get a handle on this money in politics business, there's not much that we're going to be able to do. Uh, Mr. Musk, the wealthiest guy on earth, spent $270 million to elect Donald Trump. Other Republican billionaires put an enormous amount of money. There were billionaires in the Democratic Party, not quite as many as in the Republican Party.
He just acknowledged that, yeah, Democrats kind of do supposedly some alleged money handling. Boy, isn't that rich? No pun intended. Isn't that rich?
They also influence campaigns in a very significant way. So we have got to get.
And doesn't the Democrats do that same thing too? Democrat socialists do the same thing too.
Super PACs out of the political process. We've got to end Citizens United. We've got to move to public funding of elections.
Like elect people that are conservative.
My dream, and I think your dream.
Oh God, Bernie dreams? That's a nightmare. That ain't a dream. That's a nightmare. If Bernie Sanders dreams, that's yeah, definitely not a dream I want to know about or think about.
He is creating a vibrant democracy.
A vibrant democracy. See how he just puts a little sprinkle of bullshit on there to make it sound good? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just a little sprinkle of bullshit is all it takes. And hook, line, and sink for the gullible. Pretty simple.
One person, one vote. We debate issues. Now we have billions.
Do you debate or do you just go around screaming at people, calling them alleged names and telling people that they're alleged Nazis and yeah, calling people alleged names and saying certain things that really don't mean anything anymore? Or do you really debate? You Democrats debate. That's my question. I don't think Democrats really know how to allegedly debate. They just know how to scream and act really weird.
Super PACs like APAC flooding the airways with lying ads. So there is a lot on the table right now. But let me conclude by giving you some very good news and thank many of you
Oh, what's the good news?
for what you're doing in a very difficult moment in modern American history, maybe the most difficult that we've ever seen. Progressives are winning from one end of this country. The views.
Yeah, you know why they're winning? Because Republicans, not every Republican, but I feel like some alleged Republicans are kind of giving up. Because it's just how it works. Republicans will win, Democrats will win. Republicans will win, Democrats will win. It depends on who's got the most supposed money and who can make the most dumbest promises out of anyone. Yeah, progressive taxes. Xena Jam says allegedly is right. Damn right.
that we hope.
Allegedly.
The future that we want to see for this country is, I think, being accepted and embraced by more and more.
Being accepted. Well, I hate to break it to you, Democrats, but y'all don't accept shit. You don't accept that y'all lost that one time against Trump, but y'all pissed off that we called a supposed voter fraud going on. You can't accept that there was a supposed voter fraud going on. You can't accept anyone that disagrees with you guys politically. Wait, did I say guys? I shouldn't say that because we got to be gender inclusive now. If we don't, then they get pissed and we might have some blue haired alleged freak start yelling at us, calling us racist or white supremacist, alleging that we're white supremacists. Yeah, we better be very mindful. You people, I should say, don't accept anything other than the bullshit lies the media and the politicians tell you. Great. Great to know that y'all do that.
America.
Well, I just say it to be careful so I don't get dinged. Okay, that's why, Token, I say allegedly, but you know what I mean. But yes, yes.
So we're making progress.
What I said was yes.
Yesterday was an extraordinary victory for us with Abdul's win, with Donovan's win, with Will's win in Michigan.
Because I don't want to get dinged. Because
never rush to.
You know how YouTube is. You know that YouTube doesn't like us. And they just can't handle it.
No way. I don't get any credit for it.
Hey, let's go to this guy. Y'all ready for this? Right, but still, even though it's a private company, we know rules. We got to be careful because private companies can pinch a little bit more if we aren't careful. But let's go to this guy and see what this guy's got to say today.
I don't get any credit for anything.
Our great president, Donald J. Trump. Oh my God. You got to love Trump. You got to love Trump. He is the most boisterous guy I could ever think of. We're going to make free speech great again. Yes, it's going to be great. It's going to be huge. It's going to be great. And we're not going to listen. Hey, Fox News. Oh, no, CNN. Oh, is that CNN? Y'all fake news over there. Yeah, y'all fake news. I love it. I love when Trump just gets under the skin of these people. It makes me absolutely giggle. I love it when it gets under these people's skin.
Everything I do, even prescription drug prices, where they're down 4, 5, 600.
Hold on, let me do something. Oh hell yeah, he is the best shit talker. He is. He is the best shit talker. I'm not going to lie. So here's the thing that Trump is talking about: trying to supposedly make prescription prices go down 600%. A president normally cannot do that because it's from Google is impossible to do, but it can never exceed 100%, which makes the medication entirely free. Okay, two fair points. So there.
Think of it, 600%. Favorite.
I don't think a stupider human being.
Stupider? I don't know if stupider is a word. Let me look it up. I don't think that's a word. Oh, okay, it is. Okay. I just want to fact check real quick. I'm doing fact checks.
Has ever been created by God.
Wow. Yikes.
I really don't. I don't even see how it's possible to make a functioning human being more stupid and incompetent than this idiot.
Just look at the progressives. You'll see them. There's a lot of them around.
This is what he believes in his little white trash face.
So we're back to hating white people now again, as always. It just never ceases to amaze me how these lefties hate us.
Because you heard him, right? You heard him cheering him on. Oh my God, he's so smart. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Praise God. Blah, blah, blah. All the because they're idiots. Because they're fucking idiots. So Donald Trump went to the drug companies, okay? And he sat down with the CEO. He goes, hey, drug company, I want you to lower your prices by 600% because I want you to be America first because I'm a capitalist. And the CEO looked at him and goes, wow, that's incredible. I never thought about that. He got.
Wow, the left never thought about being a capitalist. Wow, isn't that amazing and surprising? No, it's not.
Guys, this guy's, he's a genius. He wants us to lower our drug prices by 600%. So instead of charging $100 for a medication and make it a.
Hey, but here's the thing. Remember this. What did the left, the Democrats want? Universal health care, right? Trump is basically trying to say we want free medication. We want people to have free medication, right? Kind of like universal health care, right? Ish. In a way, it's almost like it, but a little bit different in some sort of way, I believe. And these people don't want it. Oh, if it comes from Trump, no. But if it comes from a Democratic Socialist, fine, we're okay with it. See how idiotic and how asinine these people can be? These people are just fucking brainless. They're clueless. And even if Trump couldn't do it, he's going to try to make it fair, right? But the Democrats don't want to make it fair under the Trump administration. They would rather make it fair under a Democratic Socialist. Interesting. Trump gives them an option. They don't want it. Give them an inch. They want a mile. They move the field goal post, as always.
Profit. We're just going to give Americans $500 checks.
And you know, half of the people that are going to spend it probably more than likely on something that does not need to be spent on.
Fucking brilliant. Absolutely, just what a master negotiator.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And now, if only he could use these terms to end the war in Iran, because he's such a great negotiator. If only he could use those negotiating skills for Mexico to pay for the wall that they never did. If only he could come up with a health care plan.
Hey, you know what's really funny is that you people that are on the left really never wanted a wall in the first place. Let's just make that perfectly clear. You all on the left wanted illegals to come here illegally. So why are you bitching about the wall when y'all didn't want the wall in the first place? Stop whining about something you didn't want. True, we kind of do allegedly, or not allegedly, but supposedly subsidize other countries. Yes, that is kind of a certain point.
And he's bitching and whining. I don't get credit for anything. Hey, you know what?
You know why they don't give him credit? Because the left will never give Trump credit for what he actually does. They don't want to give Trump credit for what he does because they don't like him. That's it. That's clear as day to see that they do not like anything that he comes up with. Anything that he says or does or comes up with is obviously going to be metaphorically shot down. It's going to be shut down like that because they don't want to hear it from him. But when a socialist, democratic socialist says it, they're like, oh my God, it's so great. Ah, hallelujah, praise Jesus. And they're very quick to jump on it when a democratic socialist does it, but not when Trump does something good or tries to do something good. Again, hypocrisy, double standards. We know that they do this.
Let's give Donald Trump some credit. You raped E. Jean Carroll.
Wrong. He didn't. Where's the proof?
You sexually assaulted 24 women.
Wrong. Where's the women that he allegedly sexually assaulted that were 200, by the way? Jesus. They don't even know how to do math. Basic functional math.
You caused an insurrection.
Wrong. That was our own alleged government, and Nancy Pelosi was allegedly involved in it. What had happened was, allegedly, the people that stormed the Capitol were allowed in the Capitol by, say, alleged police officers. Isn't that crazy?
That led to the death of 5 officers.
That really, I don't think, died. We didn't even hear 5 officers being allegedly killed by these people. You know what we heard? From people that were there, that what was being purported was allegedly police officers were beating people. Or allegedly not beating people. So, which one is it?
You murdered one.
That is the truth, and which one's the lie?
170 girls in Iran.
Okay, the bombing in Iran thing, yes, was not something that's good or great. But again, why would Iran or the people that are alleged extremists care about any of their civilians? They wouldn't. They didn't. If they were allegedly building or had alleged nuclear weapons or alleged nuclears near a school building, wouldn't you think that would be a spot not for school to be next to? You obviously got to think common sense here.
You gave money to Israel that murdered 80,000 innocent people. 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 80,000 innocent people.
I have other objections to that one, but I'll keep them to myself.
You are best friends with the biggest child molester in the history of Earth. You are.
That is wrong. Actually, he's not. He unfriended him, and the alleged biggest child molester allegedly Epstein himself. So he doesn't exist anymore.
Defending child molesters.
No, he did not defend them.
Would you like some more credit?
That's not credit. That's just you saying things that you hear on the media. That's like these lefties saying, oh, you listen to way too much Fox News. Well, these people listen way too much to fake news. Obviously, we can tell that.
No, you're a dumbass.
Well, we're not a dumbass for voting for Trump because Trump is better at trolling people than you lefties are.
You get credit for being the world's biggest dumbass.
He's not a dumbass. He's smarter than half of you lefties. Half of you lefties could never come up with a medical plan, medical care. You lefties could never come up with anything except virtual signal and how to blame people for your bad actions, your alleged actions that you are doing. That's it. So don't give me this bullshit that, oh, Trump's bad at this, that, and the other. Orange man bad. I don't want to hear that shit no more. What I want to hear is this is what Trump's great at. But we will never hear it out of these people.
And see, this goes back to what I said last week. He is entering the Benito Mussolini phase. Did you hear about the big?
What? Jesus Christ on a pogo stick. Are you kidding me? No. Obviously, these people really are not smart enough to understand that there's a difference between Trump and Mussolini.
Getting clip. He's mentally, he's gone.
No, actually, you want to talk about mentally gone? Look at Biden. Biden is gone. Like when he would talk, all I would hear is Biden had no substance of an idea of how to make a coherent sentence. He didn't. Biden was the biggest world rambling, babbling, incoherent moron of our century. And I say that with chest held high, and I am not sorry for saying it. He was. He was the world's biggest idiot. You want to look at Trump? He's the world's biggest businessman that has a plan. Sure, we may not all agree with what he says or does or how he thinks and deals with things, but I think he's pretty damn good at what he does. And yes, like you said, Token, he is the biggest shit talker. He is the biggest troll because he knows how to troll these lefties to piss them off. He knows how to make them pissed off. That's what he's good at. Exactly. He's a gangster. Do you think that Trump really gives a fuck about these lefty lunatics shit talking him? No. No, he does not give a shit about the left talking about him. He knows that you're okay, Token. He knows that when he walks out into the public world and the cameras are turned on and facing him, he knows that there's going to be some media out there shit talking him. And he's aware of it. He's well aware that the media hates him, that the Democratic Socialist Party hate him, that the left hate him. He knows that. He's aware of that. Just like I'm aware that people don't like me for my opinions. Excuse me, and my beliefs. My conservative value beliefs. Do I care? No. Why? Because I'm going to continue to do what I do best, my job, which is giving the news, the truthful news to people that want to listen, not have their ears, their mind, and their hearts closed, that are willing to accept what is being said truthfully to them. Just like the same thing with Trump. He's a gangster. He don't give a shit. He walks out and he knows he owns that room. The attention is all going to go to him.
The Iran war broke him. He is.
For all of you on the left that think the Iran war broke him, you are absolutely wrong and mistaken, by the way. Damn right, Token. You're right. You are damn right. Duke Nukem for president. Hell yeah. Hail to the king, baby.
Used to conning people and going on Fox News and spinning his little web of lies and deceit and his fascist propaganda.
I love when they tried to call Trump fascist because what it really tells me about them is that they're mentally broken. This is like broke. They literally are broken inside. They are torn to shreds and pieces anytime talk of anything about Trump comes up onto the conversation. It breaks them mentally and physically. It destroys them because they don't have a clue about fascism. When they want fascism, the left want it. They need fascism. That's what the left would want. Damn, you ugly.
To his 16.
Tenant. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, but I'm all out of gum.
He's white trash base.
The white trash base talking point. You know, that's cute. Coming from the fact that that's pretty anti-white. I know, that is from a movie too. I'm trying to remember the movie. Well, not just that one, but there was one, oh God, I forgot his name. He had the chainsaw hand. What's his name? Oh yeah, it was that one too. The one with the alien and the glasses, right? Oh shit. I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, Evil Deed. That one. I think that was it. That quote has been used numerous times in movies. And that's a hell of a good quote. I'm not going to lie. They live.
But it's done. On set.
Yeah, that one too, I think.
Saturday, my video, I'm putting out a video about MAGA supporters.
Yeah, that was a hell of a good movie.
3 times.
Oh, Jesus. So they're going to make it. He's going to make a video about MAGA supporters. Well, fuck. Well, fuck me sideways and paint my toenails and call me Shanae. I am not surprised that these people love to put out videos against us. I honestly am not surprised. You might as well tickle me pink at this point. I'm used to this. I think honestly, I live in these people's head. I think we conservative MAGA supporters live in these people's head, rent free, and it scares them, and they hate it. They hate it.
They're almost in tears. Oh, I was like,
We're in tears. Who's the one crying? Who's the one crying? Who's the party that cries the most? We, oh Jesus! Oh, God. Oh, the irony. Oh my gosh. Like I said, we live in their head rent free. I love it. I love that we live in their head rent free.
but I voted. Yeah, it is what you voted for, dumbasses.
And what did you guys vote for? You vote for communism, socialism. At least what we voted for was better than that, I think.
You voted for all of this. You voted for the racism.
Whoa. We're not racist, okay? First and foremost, let's get that clear. We're not racist. The left, you people on the left, are racist. But you don't want to acknowledge that. It's a secret, remember? The all-seeing nose. And yes, I did a certain symbolic thing.
Misogyny. You vote.
Whoa. Hold on. We did not, first of all, vote for misogyny because we're not misogynistic people. We're not the ones that made fun of a woman losing to a transgender person that wanted to dress up like a fucking trick-or-treater as a woman, pretending that they're an alleged woman when they're not a woman, and allow them to go into a women's sports. Yeah, no, we didn't vote for that. Sorry. We know you people on the left voted for that shit. So stop trying to act like, hey, it's all of us that did that. We didn't vote for that shit.
Voted for the rapes and the sex.
You know, I'm starting to kind of wonder, how bad did we break these people? How badly did we literally break the left's minds? We must have really clusterfucked them completely from one way sideways to the next way to Timbuktu and back. If they are really this desperate, saying that, oh, we voted for the alleged rapes, but remember what our last alleged president did on national live TV with children, allegedly touching them weirdly, sniffing them, allegedly talking about them in a weird, alleged sexualized manner. That wasn't us. That was y'all on the left. Y'all on the left did that.
Sexual assaults.
No.
And the felonies. You
No.
voted for all of it.
No.
Because you didn't give a damn about anybody else except for yourself.
We do, but it's the people, you people on the left don't give a damn about anyone but yourselves. Let's be honest. I don't want to be disingenuous here.
You were promised something and you didn't care who else got harmed. And now
It's kind of funny how they always say that, but it kind of is, again, deception. It's deceit. They are never going to concede with being losers. being on the losing side. The Democrat socialists will never understand that they are on the losing side, and they know that damn well, good and well, but they just can't handle it because they just want to cry about it.
Everything that you voted for, all of the harm that you voted for everybody else is coming back to you. You don't regret your vote. You are regret.
No, I don't regret my vote for Trump. I'm proud of it. I'm damn proud to vote for Trump. So, what you got to say about that now, Sonny?
Regretting the consequences of your selfishness.
We are not having any consequences for our selfishness because we're not selfish. Oh yeah, I am not surprised, Token, that Mentani is losing and is having a hard time right now because people are starting to see Mendoni for who he really is.
And that's when they turn on Benito Mussolini.
Well, here's a good question. When will the Democrats, the progressive Democrat socialists, ever turn on their own people? Never. Because, again, this is the cult mentality that they have.
He's a sociopath. Is a narcissist.
Well, that's kind of interesting you said that because isn't that what the Democrat left are? Narcissists, sociopaths, liars, pretenders. We even just heard Bernie Sanders saying a lot of stuff that just kind of sounded really, really not so good and nice.
And the more that the narrative gets away, he's going to get more mentally unhinged, right?
Look at the left. They're already mentally unhinged. We see this. And they're going to become more and more mentally unhinged as the time goes on, that people vote more conservative, more for the best interest of the people, not democratic, but conservative values.
Now the poll,
it's going to break their mind how much that's going to backfire against them for what they think will happen, but it hopefully won't.
Polls are low. Oh, those polls are fake news. The 35% of Americans are putting their groceries on their credit cards. Oh, this is the golden age. We're the hottest country in the world. X amount of people lost their jobs. That's fake news. Many people told me this is the most employment I've ever seen in my life. He's just going to lie and lie and lie and lie.
That's, again, kind of funny because that's what the Democrat progressive do. Lie, lie, lie. They don't know how to not lie. They're just demented.
At the book, at the end of 1984, what did George Orwell write about? By the end of the book,
Hold on. He's talking about George Orwell. Didn't George Orwell go against what the Democrats were for in the first place? I thought. I'm not sure. Let me know if any of you guys know. But I thought George Orwell was against what the Democrats were about.
Believe that 2 + 2 is 5.
No, that's the left. That's you people that are democratically socialist, left-leaning believe that. We know the truth. 2 + 2 = 4. Any smart person would obviously know that. Sheesh.
And that's fine. They can believe whatever they want. You want to own the libs. You want to talk about transgenders and gay people.
Why not? Because they are part of the human race. They do matter. They shouldn't be virtual signaled towards or have people that are on the left that claim that they're part of that community be making that community a hellhole for anyone that wants to be in that community or show support for that community by doing what the LGBTQIA on the left do. Because the LGBTQIA on the left do not speak for those kind of people. They don't. They really, really fucking don't. They don't speak for those people. So, this is the problem. That the left think that they speak out for those issues and those people, but they're not really doing it in the way that is productive. They're doing it counterproductively. I just really think they need to shut up and stop trying to pretend. Exactly. They think that they are bigger than what they really are. Aren't, I should say. They aren't that big.
And men's and women's sports, go ahead.
Hey, but you on the people on the left think that it's okay for a man that again wants to dress up and pretend in a trick or treat looking cosplay outfit that want to allegedly pretend that you're a woman be okay to go into a woman's bathroom when that's a dude dressed up as a woman with fake jewelry, Goodwill jewelry, secondhand store jewelry, and pretend they're a woman should be validated. Yeah, no. Why should we validate those things? Why should we validate any of those things? In my opinion, we shouldn't validate them. Because this is just how allegedly sick and twisted they would get. They don't care if a man dressed as an alleged woman goes into a woman's bathroom and allegedly rapes or sexually assaults any woman in there. They would just be like, oh, nothing to see here. Oh, don't see anything. They don't give a shit. It's perversion. The left are perverse. Sure, there are transgender people out there that feel like they're in the wrong body. But they don't go out there looking for validation. They don't go out there looking for people to push that on. But at the same time, they just want to be respected. They want to be understood that, hey, if you accidentally mispronounced my pronouns, I'm not going to be pissed at you as long as you're not doing it to be an asshole. But if you do it on accident, oh well. There are people in that community that really don't give a shit. Those are the kind of people that represent their community. Not these little pretend trick-or-treaters is what I will call these people on the left. They are human beings. But the thing is that when it comes to this topic, we know there's a difference. We know that there is a slight change that needs to be done. And what I think those people in that community more should do is try to not only use their voice in telling people that are part of that community or are part of that struggle finding who they really truly are and helping them by saying, hey, those people that you hear that are allegedly claiming from the left that they're there for people that are in that community like they are, that are actually out there that are in that community, they those people on the left do not speak for them. They do not speak for the true community of the LGBTQIA plus community. I have a son. He is bisexual. Now, do I give a shit that he's bisexual? No. It just means he likes men and women. Okay. Do I give a fuck that he likes men and women? No. That's not my cup of tea. I like women more than I like men. I mean, I'm not going to be sexually attracted to men, but I mean, he is. So that's okay. He's my son. I shouldn't love him less than I love myself being a straight male. Me being a straight person is okay. Just like him being bisexual is okay. I still love him. I still love myself. I still want what's best for him and best for me. But at the same time, I know that the people on the left screaming, saying that they support and accept those people, don't accept people like my son. I love my son with all my heart, to pieces. I love my child to pieces. I would do anything to keep my son safe. Whether it means having to put myself out there to protect and defend my son, I would. I would take a bullet for my son. But that does not mean that I'm going to think of him less than who he is and less of his value, because he is a human being that still is a valid person. And I will see him as a human being. Whether I may agree or disagree with what he believes in, that's okay. I don't have to agree or disagree with it at all. I could just be the father that I am and say, you know, I still love you, kid. I still love you because you are my child. And that's what you are to me, my child. And if you're happy, I'm happy. As long as you're not, you know, unhappy or something bad is happening to you, I'm okay. And, you know, you're a human being. You're going to make mistakes just like anyone else. Mistakes are made. But that doesn't make you less of a human being than you are already. You are just a normal human being that we expect things from. To be a human. That's all our expectation should ever be. The left do not represent these people. And he knows that. He's actually, surprisingly, I'll tell you guys this. My son is conservative. He calls himself conservative. He is a conservative bisexual person. And I'm proud of him for being conservative. Sure, I may not agree with what he believes in, and not in the conservative values, but in him being bisexual, I may not agree with that. But I'm proud of him for at least acknowledging that he can be a proud bisexual person that knows his weight in gold and knows that people like him are not being represented by the left. That's all I got to say. That's how I see it. And that's being a good father. Would you know what the left would consider that? Being a bad father, being a bad parent. You know why they consider that being a bad parent? Because I should have to be okay with it. I shouldn't disagree with him and his choices. That's not right. I may not agree with the bisexual part, but whatever floats his float, his root beer float, or his boat, whatever.
Or dumbasses. You voted for all of this. You voted for the racism, the misogyny. You voted for the rapes and the sexual assaults and the felonies. You voted for all of it because you didn't give a damn about anybody else except for yourself. You were promised something and you didn't care who else got harmed. And now, everything that you voted for, all of the harm that you voted for everybody else is coming back to you. You don't regret.
You know, it's really sad that the left would rather vote for misogyny, homophobia, racism, and all of the shit that they claim that we allegedly MAGA are, but they are. Because, again, they don't represent anyone but the small amount portion of just little ankle biters. That's all, again, they will ever be. Yip, 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 yip. That's it. They're ankle biters. They're just like little ankle biters. They bark and bark and bark. It's not about who barks the loudest in the room. It's about who can do things. People who go out there and do things and succeed in life are doing more for themselves than what these leftists would ever be able to help them accomplish in a day or a week or a month or a year.
Your vote, you are regretting the consequences of your selfishness. And that's when they turn on Benito Mussolini. He is a sociopath. He is a narcissist. And the more that the narrative gets away, he's going to get more mentally unhinged, right? Now the polls are low. Oh, those polls are fake news. The 35% of Americans are putting their groceries on their credit cards.
You all know exactly where these low polls are allegedly coming from, right? We all know this. We all know. And you're right, Token. They don't have a right to dictate people's beliefs. No one should dictate. Like me, I don't dictate my kid's life. I just, yes, sometimes I'll get on my kid's ass about certain things as a parent ever should, every parent should. Hey, I notice you're doing something that's not right. Come on, let's do better. Let's do better. Let's do better. Let's do better. And think about this, because every action has a reaction. The left don't think about that.
Oh, this is the golden age. We're the hottest country in the world. X amount of people lost their jobs. That's fake news. Many people have told me this is the most employment I've ever seen in my life. He's just going to lie and lie and lie and lie. At the end of 1984, what did George Orwell write about? By the end of the book, MAGA believed that 2 plus 2 is 5.
No.
And that's fine. They can believe whatever they want. You want to own the land?
Just kind of like how the left believe that there's only two genders. Or, excuse me, they don't believe that there's two genders. Well, we know that there's only two genders. But again, we're not validating that some people believe that they feel differently. Okay, we understand that they feel differently, but we don't agree with it. We don't agree that you are, as a man, can be a woman, or you being a woman can be a man and have a schlong. We don't agree with these things, but we're nice about it, and we say, hey, you know, we disagree with it. Maybe there are some things that we will never understand about it, but at the same time, when it comes to conversations, we're nicer about it than the left are. The left are just vindictive and evil people. They are evil about it. They want to shove it down your face and make you feel guilty about it. That if you don't accept them, you're a son of a bitch, or you're evil, or you're homophobic or transphobic. That is evil. That is the most vindictive thing you could ever do to people, is push it on people. I don't push my belief on people. I don't push what I believe in on people. When people ask me, hey, conservative, what do you believe in? I tell them I'm a conservative. I believe in conservative values and principles and morals. That doesn't make me a bad person for telling them, hey, this is my belief, this is where I stand with principles and logic. But it makes me a bad person to call them names and outrightly just be blatantly rude and presumptuous, facetious with malicious intent against them for not believing in what I believe in. That is not what I do at all. But that's what they do over there.
You want to talk about transgenders and gay people?
And you notice how the left always love to talk about trans people and gay people? Again, they need to stop doing that on the left, because they don't.
And men's and women's sports? Go ahead.
I don't agree that men should be in women's sports. I will say that outrightly, up front. I'm not going to hide it. I don't think that should be allowed. But that's what they want. That's what they believe in. It's stupid. It's upright stupid.
Yuck it up. But when you lose your job and you lose your health insurance for your health insurance for your 16th, when you
see how facetious they are and malicious they are? You can hear in this guy's tone how facetious and malicious he is. By the sound in his tone, and just how he may not be saying directly how he wishes it, or he may not be thinking it. He may or may not be thinking about it. But this is just
lose your farms
how they are.
and your shrimp boat business. Don't come to me asking for socialism.
We would never, ever come to you people on the left and ask for socialism. We would never do that. That is not something any one of us would ever do. I'm sorry, but no. No. That obviously tells you right there how desperate they are. They are desperate for it.
Because I voted for all of you.
Do I think that the left voted for everybody? No. They only vote for themselves. As always, it's the selfish mannerism that they have, the tendencies. They have these tendencies to pretend these things. because it's only pretend. It's in the world of pure hypocrite idiocracy nation.
But you dumbasses were so selfish, you only give a damn about yourselves. And you
Actually, no, we didn't think about ourselves. We thought about everyone else but ourselves. If you didn't realize that, then I'm sorry. Can't help you. That does not sound like a me problem. That sounds like a you problem. You problems are not going to be solved by saying it's a me problem. It's a you problem. If you are allegedly anti-whiteism, use your reverse anti-whiteism, your racism and your misogyny, and you vote left, that sounds, again, like a you problem, not a me problem. Stop blaming us conservative MAGA for the you problems.
voted for this rapist. I just cannot believe that a human being is so stupid and that our country.
Hold on. He said that he can't believe that people are so stupid. I can. By being lied to by the Democrat socialist propaganda, their lies, their manipulation, their faceticism, their hate, their racism, their misogyny, their bigotry. I can see that and why they fall for it. Because they don't care.
Country is so dumb.
No, this country isn't dumb. It's just people are dumb and decide to vote for the dumbest people that think that it's going to be them, the politicians out there, that claim and say all these things, that are dumb enough to vote for them. Those people that vote for those people are kind of the dumb ones.
That they thought this guy was better.
Well, he was. Wait for it.
Because he was a white man.
No. There you go. Anti-whiteism at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. I am tired of these people saying this shit. Because it's bullshit. It's racism. It's hate.
This country will vote for the most morally bankrupt piece of shit, rapist, child.
Yeah, whatever. But anyway, that's just how it is with these people. But anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I'm out like trout. Don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Follow me on my other platforms, Conservative Video Dipper. All of my other platforms that y'all should follow are Conservative Video Dipper. Go check out Conservative Newswave. You guys, please use your brains. Vote with intelligence and don't be a fucking lefty nut job. And voting for Democrat socialists, thinking that it is okay or the better option. That is the worst option. Anyway, love y'all. I'm out.